Okay, everyone. It's a couple of minutes past 9. We're up to 23 participants on our list, so that's great. Really appreciate you returning for day 2 of our implications workshop on the future, the scenario implications workshop on the future West Coast fisheries. You'll recall that yesterday we spent our time reconnecting with the scenarios, the 4 scenarios that we're now very familiar with, and spent the afternoon in breakout groups, really focused on different functions or different kind of stakeholder groups, really thinking about the challenges and opportunities that those scenarios present for us. As you can see from the agenda that we're sharing here now, today's conversation is going to take us a step further. So not only are we thinking about the opportunities and threats, but now we're very much focused on what are the actions that we need to put in place, or at least suggest, to prepare for the future. And so in the spirit of, because we're doing this virtually, we're going to keep things relatively simple. We'll have the same breakouts for this morning, harvesters, coastal communities, scientists, researchers, and we'll spend time this morning really thinking about, well, what could we do if we were faced with each of these scenarios, both to prepare for them or indeed if we were in those kinds of situations. So today is really all about the action ideas. Once we've generated those ideas in the morning, this afternoon is going to be spent really kind of reviewing them and then prioritizing some of them, thinking about, well, which actions seem to work best across all different scenarios. I know one of the groups yesterday was already looking for kind of common themes and threads, and that's going to be an important part of all of our conversations today. And then the other thing just to note is that this afternoon we'll be mixing up the breakouts a little bit, in that we're going to add in an extra breakout where we've got a group that's going to be focusing more on, you know, kind of the explicit fishery managers and fishery management. So we'll come on and talk about that in a little more detail. That doesn't mean to say that anyone in the other groups can't discuss those issues as well. But anyway, so that's the plan for the day, and then the where we're aiming to get to by 4:30 is identifying the actions, really thinking about which actions have risen to the surface as priorities, saying this is what we really need to prepare to prepare for climate change and the next 20 years. Again, we'll have a chance for everyone to contribute, whether it be through the chat function or through conversations, and then we'll also have a chance to review public comments as well and wrap by 4:30. So that's the plan of the day. And Kit, if it's okay, can I'm just going to share my screen a moment or two just to get a couple of slides up, just to kind of prepare our conversation here. Thank you. All right. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. We've just gone through the agenda. In order to start this conversation, I just wonder whether anyone wants to offer what I like to call, when we do scenario work, overnight reflections. We spent a lot of time yesterday in, you know, kind of challenging situations, talking about lots of different things that are hypothetical and possible. And often when we get to, as we did yesterday, 4:30 in the afternoon, there's, you know, our brains are empty, or they're full, or one or the other. So a problem difficult at night is often solved in the morning once the committee of sleep has worked on it. Love this kind of quote from John Steinbeck. So here's an opportunity, thinking, okay, well, you know, has the committee of sleep kind of turned anything up for you as you reflected on our conversations yesterday, in the spirit of, you know, were you struck by a particular theme? Were you struck by, you know, a particular omission? We heard a couple of things yesterday, Bruce talking about, you know, we really need to be aware that in California, the next 10 years at least is going to be a time where we're seeing a lot more action on climate, and therefore things like electrification are going to be looming large. We heard from Louis about the fact that we know we need to get kind of more conversations going with practitioners. So there's things like that it was great to kind of get reflections on. So I'm gonna ask to see whether anyone wants to just mention anything that they felt kind of came up in the conversations, whether it be in the plenary ones or in the breakout groups, that you think it would be useful for us to just start the conversation with today. So I am just going to see whether I can pick up the participant list. I can't quite see if anyone's got hands up at the moment. So if you're looking at the participant list, you've got your hand up, then feel free to kind of to shout away at the moment. I don't because I'm screen sharing. I don't think I have the ability to see whose hands are up. So just shout away. I can't navigate that right at the moment. Let me know.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm not seeing any hands up.
Okay.
So far. Oh, wait, hold on. Louis just raised his hand.
Here I go again, kicking it off.
All right, Louis, go ahead.
Well, your reference to Bruce, yes, what he said yesterday, and I was thinking about it again this morning when I was reviewing your notes that you sent out on the email. And I think what we need to talk about seriously in the council and also at the state level is liberalizing the laws to allow us to do more processing of fish and selling of fish on a community level. Right now, if you wanted to go out as a commercial fisherman and get fish, then you would have to get a special license to sell fish to the community, and then to cut fish, you'd have to get another license, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And these barriers are so steep that it makes it almost impossible to do it. But then at the same time, we've got this COVID situation where it's very difficult to have processing plants working. Most processing plants have had to deal with COVID infections roaring through their plants. So liberalization of regulations to allow more efficient use of fisheries resources would certainly help, especially now that we have most of our challenged stocks rebuilt.
Great, thank you, Louis. No, it's an important point and very much noted. And and I'm sure we'll kind of come on to this when we think about what's going to be really key as we think about what's important for management to kind of take account of here. John, I found the function that allows me to see the hands up, so that's good. I see John Ugaret. Did you have a comment here?
Yeah, I did. Just somewhat responding to Louis in regard to the ability of commercial fishermen to sell directly to the public. I'm not quite sure I'm understanding that concern. The license required to sell directly off your boat costs $105 a year, which does not seem like an extensive barrier to that.
That's true, but it's just.
Do we want to come back on that?
Yes, thank you. Well, here I am. That's true, and it's not a big one. But then let's talk about cutting fish, and then up in Washington, we had the big problem about what to do with the fish heads. You couldn't legally collect the fish heads. Our processors down here cannot sell their fish heads. Are awful. If you went through the regulations and you really try to do all these things the way it simply seems to be, you will still run into a lot of problems. You certainly cannot cut a fish and then sell the fillet off the boat.
No, I disagree, Louis. You can, if you're selling to the ultimate consumer, so if you're selling direct to the public, you can cut the fish. You don't need a fish processor's license for that.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That'll be good news to some of my folks that don't realize that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Steve Sose here. To add to that, Louis, there's actually a cutting booth at the Tuna Harbor dockside market I don't know if you've realized that on your visits there, but you can pick up the fish you want and then take it down to the cutting booth, and they'll prepare it into fillets. So some economists may have suggested that idea, but I'm not sure about that.
That's great, Steve. If I could speak, but however, the people that are selling the fish can't cut the fish, and you can't pay the cutters to cut your fish. You have to just tip them. So you can see that what's been being done down there is tiptoeing around certain regulations, and I think it's innovative and it's a good idea.
Yeah, and an economist might be able to suggest a solution to that too, which could be the cutting booth is free, but it costs you a tad more to buy that fish that you like.
Well, we're getting informed here. Thank you.
There you go. Clever stuff. All right. Thanks everyone for that. Any additional reflections on either kind of big takeaways for you from yesterday, or things that you're struck by that you think, as we move into this today, let's remind ourselves that this issue really should be kind of on the table, or we want to make sure that this particular angle, we remember about it as we go into our conversations about actions. Anything come up for you there? Amber, yes.
So Diane's comment at the end of the day yesterday about how much we discussed flexibility, or how often the term flexibility came up in future needs, is one that resonated with me overnight. And, just thinking about how we often try to meet our mandates, and perhaps sometimes the vision about how to be science-based has maybe narrowed us into specific thresholds that even scientists say we don't have a lot of certainty around the estimates of that particular threshold. And certainly seems like with a changing environment, that's all the more likely to be the case. And so how do we set bounds, meaningful bounds, right, that the public and the council can be comfortable with, and implement those things. And so I've been feeling inspired to be thinking about that. And there's probably a lot of education ahead, and just what those tools and options are.
Yeah. No, thanks, Amber, for that. No, it was a pretty constant theme, and also one of the things that I think we as facilitators remind the groups of today is when we're thinking about actions, if we're thinking, it needs to be flexible, or there needs to be flexibility, then what kind of actions are going to encourage that kind of thing? What do we need to change to adopt that? Thanks, Amber. Scott, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, along those similar lines, I mean, the fundamental process to account for change is adaptability. And, our harvesters need to be adaptable to effectively harvest resources in the future more than ever. And if the management is not as flexible, I know this was brought up yesterday, the whole flexibility concept, that leads to more challenges. A lot of this management, a lot of these processes are there for a reason, and they're hard to modify on the fly. So I think that's the biggest challenge or action that needs to happen, is a simultaneous adaptability of harvesters, managers, researchers.
Yes. So Scott, this is not kind of one grouping that is the flexibility issue. The adaptability is not agenda for one group. It's somehow, how do we get the system to be more adaptable, and that means everyone making kind of compromises to work that they've done up, or kind of approaches that they've adopted up until now. So that's what it kind of sounds like. It's like, how do we think about this, not from the perspective of an individual, group of stakeholders, but the system as a whole?
Right.
All right, Louis, you want to come in on this?
Well, I absolutely agree. And there was a comment yesterday about programmatic changes in requirements at the federal level and at the state level. And I want to give it this is somewhat of an argument to John. We're looking at the groundfish being recovered. Southern California, everything is recovered, even though some stocks are at still too low levels. So we're looking at getting rid of RCAs. If that happens in the next 2 or 3 years, and I wanted to go out and work those RCAs, as the laws are now, I have to get a commercial boat license. I have to get a commercial personal license. I have to get, from the federal government, I have to have a pinger on my boat, which costs around $3,000 unless I can get a grant. And every time that I go out, I have to if I decide to go for tuna, I have to declare that. If I go back into rockfish, I have to declare that. And then I come in and I've got to get the license that John referenced to sell fish. And so you see, if in 2 years there is no concern about these groundfish and the RCAs go away, why do we have to have these pingers on board? Why do we have to have such incredible accountability or to have 100% observers? So, these are questions we're all going to talk about. I'm not saying that it's wrong or right, but the idea of actually laying down the roadmap to how to do these things, to how to change things in a in-season way, as was referred to, in a programmatic way, I think is going to be really important. Otherwise, everything we try to do will be on the 2-year cycle and won't happen for another 8 years. So that's the programmatic changes. I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Thanks, Louis. All right. I want to move us on now to get back into those conversations that we talked about into the action conversation. So as I mentioned, there's going to be 3 breakout conversations focused here on, remember yesterday we really got you to think about the challenges and opportunities. Now your job is to focus on what are the actions that stakeholder group really could or should be preparing for. So 3 breakout conversations. You've thought about the challenges and uncertainties, or the challenges and opportunities. What are the actions that now these stakeholder groups could or should be taking? And in many ways, this is the question that we want you to be thinking about. So as you go through each of these 4 scenarios, you've got to be in the mindset of saying, right, like, if we're in fortune and favor, let's assume fortune and favor is the future that's going to play out. Let's assume that for fortune and favor. If you knew that were the future, what could or what should you do to prepare for that world? Okay, so what I'm getting you to try and think about here is what actions are going to help you prepare for that situation. If we're in fortune and favor and we have a relatively benign climate, but a lot of kind of international hostility, there are some range shifts going on. Okay, if we're a group of scientists, how do we prepare for that world most effectively? Now, you might find that some of these questions are how you prepare for this situation or how you cope within it. Sometimes if there's a particularly bad scenario like hollowed out, maybe your actions are more geared towards how you might prevent it from happening if you possibly can. So there's a wide range of different kind of ways in which you can think about actions here. It's not only what you can do right now, but it's also what you might imagine might be, an important action to take in the future. And in your conversation, I want you to spend, most of the time identifying the actions for the stakeholder group that you're working within. So most of the time, the scientists just think about what should we as scientists do, but then also we realize that there's not one group at the moment that's talking kind of generally about fishery management, and so it's fine if, in addition, you think about, well, okay, in a world like Fortune and Favor, in a world like Box of Chocolates, here's what we think that the actions that fishery managers and fishery management should take as well. It shouldn't be the dominant part of the conversation, but it's also it's fine if the conversations kind of move in that direction as well, because we'll follow up on that this afternoon. So one thing I wanted to kind of be particularly kind of focused on right now is this is a part of the scenario process where we can either really jump off and get to some, great conversations and some new ideas, or we can fall back into, oh, you know what, this is the same old conversation that we usually have. And what I mean by that is plenty of people kind of come in to, whatever meeting, and we already have in our minds, oh, these are the things that we should go do. And some of those things are kind of perfectly justifiable. But the reason for doing scenario planning and the reason for doing scenarios here is not to come in with the same set of, the same agenda as we always have done. It's really trying to think hard about, if we did find ourselves in Blue Revolution, what is it that we should be preparing for? So the point of the scenarios is to take our minds and take our ideas a little further than just our usual wish list of what needs to be done in terms of actions. We know that a lot of things that need to be done have probably been kind of discussed and on the table for a while. But what we're trying to do here is bring another dimension to it so that we're thinking not only about what should be done right now, but what really could be and should be considered for this range of different futures for the next 20 years. So I would encourage you as much as possible in these action conversations to be generative, to be creative, and to stick to what really could be possible in each of these scenarios. Remember, we're talking here about things that could be done now, or 2 years down the line, or 5 years down the line, or 10 years down the line. There could be a lot more capabilities out there around that time. So take that into account. Be creative as much as you can with this. So I think it's important to have this conversation moving in a direction that isn't just about, oh, you know what, this is the here and now. Remember, these scenarios are really focusing on what could we do to prepare for 10 or 20 years time. So it's just a reminder of really trying to push what's in our minds here, and I will encourage the facilitators and the note takers to do that. Okay. In terms of timing, we're coming up on, was it past? Yeah, 9:25. We're gonna run this until 11, so it probably gives us a little more than 25 minutes. Actually, like 20 minutes per scenario, 25 minutes per scenario. I will leave it up to the facilitators to maybe go through a couple of scenarios, give your group a break for 5 or 10 minutes, come back to it. Whichever way you want to play it, what I would encourage you to do is try and get through each of the 4 scenarios by 11 a.m. And then, even though we're not going to put a specific timer on it, what we will then do is check in with each of the groups and then come back into plenary at around 11, then do a kind of quick set of reports out from 11 till 11:30, and that will be us focused on the morning. So you basically have in your breakout groups now about 90 minutes to cover off these 4 scenarios, thinking about what actions we as a group of harvesters, or we as a group of scientists, or we as a group of coastal community representatives could go about doing. So that's the plan, and that's the intention. The same facilitators as yesterday, basically the same groupings. I know there's been some movement because I know some people weren't able to join today, and I'll let them, Kit and Chris, explain a bit about that in a moment or two. But basically, the same more or less setup as yesterday, and we've got until 11 o'clock now to have that conversation around the actions. Chris, Kit, anything to add on the instructions that I've provided there before we start to go out to our groups?
Yeah, this is Chris. We have someone who's signed in on a Pixel XL. I'd like to figure out who that is so I can rename them in case we need to reassign them.
Sorry, that's Bob Mueling.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, this is Kit. I can, as we did yesterday, I can share our little who's in what group grid, if that's okay with you, Jonathan.
Yeah, that'd be great, Kit. Thanks.
So I'll share my screen, and as Jonathan mentioned, it's almost the same composition as yesterday. I think I might have moved one person or around, and then Jody was able to join us today. I assigned you, Jody, to the Harvester group. I know you are with the Observer program, but I thought just searching for balance, and I assume you are pretty familiar with fisheries through your work, so I put you in that group.
Thank you, Kate. Appreciate it.
So,
Kit, Chris, thanks for doing that. Just a couple of other things. As a reminder, Kit helpfully sent out the notes from yesterday. So you probably got an email from Kit this morning. Hopefully you did, and it'll be very helpful, I think, to make sure that you're taking a look at particularly the notes from what's called Breakout 1. You'll see there the implications, the challenges, opportunities, the conversation that you were involved in yesterday, and I'm sure each of the groups will probably want to refer to that as you're starting to think about actions. And then same deal as we did yesterday, the note takers will have up on screen the opportunity to then share an additional worksheet where we're going to be thinking about those actions.
So one more thing from Chris. Okay. Yvonne, it looks like, is joined via web browser today, so she's going to have to maintain with the scientist group here in plenary.
Okay. All right. Okay, Chris, I think we're good. If no one's got any further questions or comments on that, let's go to our groups and enjoy 90 minutes of conversation around these 4 scenarios, and we'll arrange to meet back in our main group at around 11. Thank you. All right. So, Christopher, thanks for doing that. It looks as if we have a group of probably about 10 of us, I think. So, Deb, Cameron, Sarah, Liz, Travis, Barb, Amber, Taylor, Yvonne, and Steve. That sound right?
Sorry for the interruption. Deb just accepted her invite and got moved over to the communities group.
Okay. All right. We got it there. Okay. All right. So that's a great group. So I think the first thing that I'd ask us to do here, Steve, maybe as you're setting up as you did yesterday to share your screen for notes, and if you want to go to the kind of breakout 2 worksheet. For everyone else, if you have access to some of the worksheets that Kit sent out yesterday, there's the breakout 1 implications for fishery scientist researcher in Southern California, and so you'll see it's kind of relatively straightforward. So what we're doing here is we want to think about fortune and favor in the first instance. We identified a number of implications, challenges, and opportunities yesterday, and so the first thing to do is really just talk about. Maybe I'll give you a moment or two just to kind of look through and review what we talked about yesterday. If you have any of the other material around about what's going on in fortune and favor, please feel free to have that available as well. And we'll just get into a conversation around, well, okay, as scientists, what would you do? Oh, you're going to bring it up there, Steve. That's great. Okay, so everyone should have that on their email as well. But if you don't, you can kind of just look and take a reminder of this.
Jonathan, as I was looking over what I drafted as notes yesterday, I realized I probably didn't do a great job of separating the answers to question 1 and question 2. So if anybody has any suggestions about how to sort that as we look at this, that's good.
Yeah, let's think about that. So if there is anything, I know certainly the first 3 seem to be more challenges. The fourth one is definitely, I think, an opportunity, the upside to stability in that. And Steve, I'm not particularly concerned. You know, they're all implications. We can kind of, in many ways, we're now moving on from this and thinking about what actions we need to take to kind of take advantage of it. So I'm fine with us really just moving on and starting to talk about actions from here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So Steve, maybe the best thing to do, if you want to flip back to the worksheet we need to complete right now. Apologies for that.
No worries.
There you go. All right. So as you see in the top, in the kind of the for each scenario. So just to remind you, right. So we're going to put ourselves in our mindset now. Let's imagine that fortune and favor is actually the scenario that's going to play out. You know, we might be all kind of breathing a sigh of relief, but we're basically saying, look, we already know that it's going to be fortune and favor. In order to prepare for what's going on in that world, there's still a lot of change going on. There's still a lot of challenge. There's some decent things that we like about that scenario as well. How should scientists what should we do? What action should we take? How should we position ourselves? What do we need to do differently to succeed in the next 20 years if the world turns out like fortune and favor? So what immediately springs to mind, do you think, is this a world where we just do what we're doing right now? And I know that was a sentiment that kind of came up yesterday. In some ways, there might be elements of that in this scenario, but more specifically, what changes do you think we should make to the way in which we either conduct science or what we do in a world like fortune and favor? What's it going to be important for science to deal with and really take action around? Anyone want to kick us off with a thought on that? And if you want to just jump in or put hands up around that, we can go either way on it.
Perhaps we should be more aggressive about pursuing collaborations with our Mexican colleagues.
All right, Barb, thanks for that. So collaboration with Mexico. Are there particular organizations, Barb, that you would imagine there?
I forget all of them. I know one of them is INAPESCA, but like the US, they have academic organizations and government organizations. And so the fact that I don't know this very well suggests that maybe that's something some of us need to work on.
Yeah. Okay. Steve, are you able to take notes on that, or I can see that something's coming up on the screen about an email thing.
Yeah, for some reason, what I did yesterday isn't working, which is I was typing on one screen and it was showing up on the one that I'm displaying. So I'm not sure, but I'll work it out. I don't know if Chris is within arm's length, but IT support might be useful here.
Okay.
It does work anyway, but I tried one day, it doesn't work the next one.
All right. I know Chris looks as if he's still on our participant list at the moment, but he looks as if he's gone off. He's gone off from away from his screen for a moment or two.
This is Yvonne. I can see the changes that Steve is making in an alternate window. Would it be helpful if I were to try to display Steve's work on my screen?
Actually, that would be great. Thanks, Yvonne.
Let's see if that works. Is that okay, Steve?
Yeah, I just stopped sharing my screen, so thanks for picking up on that detail.
Yeah, stop sharing. All right, look at that. Teamwork, fantastic.
Are you seeing Steve's work or are you seeing Jonathan?
I see it. Gracias.
Okay.
Yeah, I see Steve's work as well now. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, a suggestion or a suggestion I wanted to make was, one of the bullet points on this scenario is that species move north in predictable ways. And I'm not sure what those ways are. Maybe the scientists on the call know, but maybe we'll have to rethink how we're conducting our surveys in order to sort of better understand and actually predict the ways that those species are moving. But it seems like there would need to be some kind of modernization, rethinking of the survey process.
Yeah, thanks, Yvonne. Any thoughts on that from our scientists? What would that entail in a world of range shifts, in a world where we're imagining that stocks are going to be turning up in different locations? What does is there a need for changes or modernizations of the way in which we conduct these surveys?
This is Amber. I have one connected thought, maybe not so much about survey design, but thinking about just changes in general. In this scenario, the changes are supposedly more predictable and in one direction. But change in general, I think, in fishery science is somewhat complicated because it creates a period of uncertainty about the signals we think we're seeing. And then, do we do something about that or not? It can be hard to really get everybody on board to take action based on what we think we're seeing, because we're not so certain about that because we're just starting to detect these changes. And so if we were to be able to collapse that period of inaction or reduce that timeline of inaction because, you know, we're feeling uncertain about the signals we're seeing, and be able to take more benefit from the fortune, that would be useful. I know there's a lot of uncertainty about estimates, you know, where we have these long time series anyway. So for one, I feel like I've been in the policy world for too long now to really consider myself a scientist anymore. But I think some education about what the levels of uncertainty are now, and, you know, could we be comfortable about reducing that if predictions, you know, are, if the trends seem to be meeting our predictions.
Right.
And we think we're in this.
Amber, So Amber, almost the point being that even in, you know, what almost ostensibly could be the most predictable scenario, there's still a case to be made about how we bring people together to acknowledge that there is kind of an inherent uncertainty there, and you feel as if there's a job to be done by scientists to somehow I don't know, change the nature of conversation around this. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yes, like how do we recognize we're in fortune and favor and not one of the other scenarios,
right?
So that we can actually take action more appropriate for fortune and favor, which would be all of our greatest hope, probably.
Yeah, if it's okay, I'd like to jump in briefly, Jonathan. I can't help but construe Amber's remarks in the context of something happening at the council now, which is there's a new deep set buoy gear fishery under development, and there's a lot of uncertainty about bycatch levels that might result, and also about how much swordfish, that's the primary target species, how much swordfish is going to be caught for different levels of permit. So that could be an example. When a new fishery comes online, how do you know whether it's safe to fish without harming too many protected species? Mm-hmm. And so, I don't know if it's...
So Steve, with that, is there a different kind of answer that, you know, kind of decision makers are looking for from scientists in a world like that, or in a situation like that? What is it that science can do to, I don't know, somehow find them or provide something that's more valuable?
I would say it's an opportunity to do better statistics, which quantify the uncertainty in the currently available data in the best possible way. Because one option is to say, well, we can't really take any action now because we just don't know how harmful this might be. But a lot of times there's some more educated guess or estimate that you can use to inform a decision on what level of activity might be safe to pursue without creating too much harm. So that if the option is between do nothing or don't authorize anything until we're sure that it's safe from a conservation standpoint, say, versus some limited amount of activity could be conducted in order to learn more and not completely stop progress, then that's so I don't know quite how to fit this into the climate change discussion, but that's sort of the idea is sort of the choice between no action versus some level of action to continue learning, supported by statistics.
Something you said, Steve, gave me an idea, and that's this thought of do nothing until we're certain that it wouldn't have a negative impact, essentially. But that comes at an opportunity cost, potentially, if we're in this fortune and favor scenario. And so maybe characterization of what that opportunity cost is, that could help decision makers, choose.
We can't find out that we're in fortune and favor if we don't take any action at all.
Right. So in many ways, and this obviously this is probably a point that we're going to see. And Amber, I'd like to get your view on this. This is a point that we're going to see in all of these scenarios in some ways, because we, one of the things that one of the roles of science is to try and figure out through indicators where are we in terms of the conditions here? Where are we in terms of the variability of effects on the ocean? Where are we in terms of stock assessments and so on? So in many ways, there is definitely a role for science in saying, which of these scenarios seems to be the one that we're kind of playing into. So it's almost like there's a meta role for science there across these things, and I think that's one of the important points in all of this. We could probably say this about all the different scenarios.
Correct.
Is there is there anything else? So I was figuring that, okay, so we talked yesterday about the one of the opportunities or one of the upsides to this scenario being kind of stability, planning for the future being kind of somewhat more straightforward, notwithstanding what we've just talked about here. If there was a sense in which, look, we're into a period, at least for, let's say, 10 or 20 years, where things aren't going to go crazy. What is it that scientists could or should be doing if they are confident that we're going to have a relatively kind of benign or stable period of time? Then what's the kind of analysis or research projects that you could imagine that would be valuable, knowing that we're going to have a kind of period of at least relative stability in climate and ocean conditions? What kind of things would we be doing if we knew that there'd be that stability?
This is Amber again. I don't want to dominate the conversation here, but it seems like perhaps it would be useful to have predictive modeling on we might expect the future to look like under this scenario. And then when we have data, if we could say something useful about the degree to which the data seem to be, matching those models. That might help people feel more comfortable about the trajectory we're on and making decisions, along those lines.
Amber, I agree with that, and in some ways, I do feel as if what we're kind of doing here is almost jumping ahead. The premise I'm adopting here is basically saying, imagine if we did have this predictive modeling and it told us that we were in the fortune and favor world. Okay, so we know that we've got to do that anyway. So let's imagine that the predictive modeling does, give us more confidence that we're in that world. If we were in it, then what are the scientific initiatives that we feel would be most valuable, given that we were in a fortune and favor world? So I completely agree on the predictive modeling, and it certainly, if we want to take these scenarios and if they're useful as kind of constructs, it might well be something to really think about doing. But let's assume that the predictive modeling tells us that we're in fortune and favor, or kind of gives us that indication. What would be the scientific initiatives if we were in fortune and favor? We think this would really make a lot of sense for us to do.
Jonathan, this is Steve. Maybe this is too obvious, but I guess I'd want my scientists to tell me, okay, we're in the best possible world here. How can we stay here? How can we sustain this situation? As opposed to drifting into one of the less favorable states of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We're Cal Coffee meeting, because I would think Southern California would have a particular advantage in having thought about that very question recently.
Yeah, Yvonne, I missed the start of your comment there, almost like the first question. I got the part about Southern California having an advantage, but the first part.
Oh, I was asking if folks on the in this session had been to the Cal Coffee meeting, because
Got it.
that essentially asks the same question, sort of, what are we doing with our science now, and what do we need for the future?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They're talking about translating. So I was at the meeting, and I'm trying to think of translating it to thinking forward. And they're talking about translating, the data they have been collecting and the collaborations that they have into more user-friendly products. So to be able to use all of the data that they've been collecting for umpteen years, well, dozens and dozens of years. So anything related to temperature, species abundance, and as they relate to harmful algal blooms and the prediction of them, that sort of thing. But Yvonne, were you there? I'm trying to relate the other conversations to that as well.
So I want to move on in a moment or two. Maybe fortune and favor is a kind of tough one to start with here, because we'll go to Blue Revolution in a moment. Sarah, just to your point, it sounds as if one way to interpret what could be happening in fortune and favor, which is a kind of, if we assume we're in fortune and favor, it's a relatively benign scenario. We know that we can probably put some kind of monitoring system in place that'll give us long-term, that'll give us kind of relatively robust long-term data, because we're in this kind of, this benign environment. I know also we talked yesterday about not having a good valuation of kind of community impact of local markets. So I don't know whether this science may well be called upon here to think more around the kind of the economics of domestic markets, local markets, the kind of social science around that. That might be something that kind of plays up, because the market is so different in fortune and favor compared to maybe some of the others. So that might be something, Steve, we want to put down. There's something about kind of economics and social science that seems important here.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting for the conversation to go off this predictive modeling, et cetera. But yeah, I think given there will be more of a focus on the local and direct markets in this scenario, should it come to be, and we don't have a good tools to evaluate those. It seems like developing tools to evaluate the impact of local and direct markets and the value of them, so we can understand impacts of management, which is required to do on communities. That would be useful.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the other thing that came to mind with the Cal Coffee, one kind of call to action they have is switching to more uncrewed systems, in part because, money is tight, but and is not going to get more free flowing, and it's, you know, the kind of the wave of the future, and we can collect a ton of data that way. So I you know, I don't know exactly how that translates to this climate change scenario, but might be something there.
Yeah. No, thanks, Sarah. Steve, I just want to check you're okay on taking notes. I think Yvonne's screen is frozen, so I just want to make sure that you're okay just sort of tapping away there.
Yeah, she may need to scroll down.
You got it. Yeah. You're there. Okay, thank you so much. Is there anything, so before we just leave fortune and favor, we talked about what scientists might do or look to do here. Is there anything from your perspective that seems as an important action that fishery managers and fishery management in general could or should be taking if they're in a fortune and favor world? So what about fishery management? We can come on and kind of deal with a lot of things in some of the other scenarios. Is there anything in this relatively kind of, you know, little change, benign scenario that you think still fishery managers need to be doing the following if they know they're in fortune and favor?
This is Amber. It seems like we would want to be able to, if we expect more fish in our waters and more abundance in our waters, we'd want to take advantage of that. And I think somebody earlier had said we want to collaborate more with Mexico. For some of the stocks, certainly we have, you know, sort of preset distributions, proportions of distributions that we apply to harvest allocations, and we might want to revisit some of that. Basically accounting for more of the distribution perhaps being accessible to the US fleet.
All right. Anyone else want to come in on any aspect of actions to be taken under fortune and favor?
Perhaps we need to really emphasize the importance of ecosystem-based management if this is the scenario where we have more fish to manage.
Mm-hmm.
This is Liz. I think under this scenario and really for all scenarios, I think that managers really need to focus on developing management that allows for flexibility, because even if the changes are gradual, it's more efficient to have a framework in place that allows for changing management needs as opposed to rethinking the wheel every single time that some change is needed. And so, you know, maybe less in this scenario than in the others, but flexibility I think is key for all of these.
Yeah, I like your use of the term framework, Liz. Like, you know, maybe from a management perspective, it's more about framework changes than, you know, particular management measure changes.
Great. Okay, thanks, Amber. Thanks, Liz, for that. Steve, thanks for the notes. Let's move on as time is pressing here. Okay, let's go to Blue Revolution. If you get your notes in front of you, remember this was a scenario that we identified yesterday as being, you know, much of kind of currently used science might need updating, drive demand for new science. Clearly, there's a lot of new competing ocean uses, so there may well be some very, very new demands in there. You know, science really not familiar yet with the impacts of kind of new tech on fisheries and so on, researching the impacts. So let's think about if we knew, again, let's say the predictive modeling, is giving us this indication, we can obviously see that this is a world where there's far more aquaculture. There's a world where there's more alternative wind energy installations and so on. So let's assume that blue revolution is happening. What actions could and should scientists take right now to prepare for blue revolution? Or if blue revolution was kind of going on, what would we need to do differently, or what do we need to start doing? Let's kind of let's think about what blue revolution means for science. What would we need to do differently?
What do we need to do now differently?
Yeah, I'll ask you, what do we need to do now to prepare for a world like blue revolution, and then maybe we can kind of push the agenda on and push the time horizon on a little bit later as well. But basically, the question is, if we knew blue revolution was happening, what would we need to do now to be better prepared for it?
Train aquaculture scientists and other emerging fields as best we can.
Yeah, I would say there's already some evidence of action to hire the expertise that's needed. But I agree with trained aquaculture scientists, because it's hard to hire expertise that hasn't been developed yet.
I think we do really need to focus on beginning to explore in depth the ecological impacts of like offshore aquaculture, and how that may affect the overall ecosystem health and status of local and transient stocks that we have in our waters at any given time, instead of waiting for some fallout and then looking into how to fix it at that point.
Right. Yeah, so you could easily imagine if nothing was done here and there was some kind of difficult impact or scare or so on, you could imagine the scramble that would then be needed to explore the consequences. Getting ahead of that would seem like a sensible thing to do.
This is Travis. We also discussed range compression. So perhaps we could begin studying species range compression, which species are being affected, how much is their range being compressed?
Mm-hmm.
Travis, Steve here. I've got a question of clarification. When we talk about range compression, are we literally talking about the species redistributing into smaller areas, or is it more about declining population?
As I understand it, for this scenario, it would be redistributing into smaller areas due to aquaculture, offshore wind. Basically,
yeah,
more.
I guess not being a biologist, I probably don't understand this as well as most of you guys, but it seems to me that if you are limiting habitat, you are also probably reducing the carrying capacity.
Yeah, so there could be some population decline associated with that as well, if that's what you're asking. Certainly the potential.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to get my brain around whether range compression means fewer fish or just smaller area covered.
I interpret it as less habitat availability. So less of an area able to be populated.
And so it also would then depend on the species' ability to adapt to a smaller range, and whether or not that would end up reducing the overall population, or if they're just going to be in closer proximity to each other and, modify behavior or something else in response.
Yeah. And obviously each species would kind of be different, but remember that the part of the matrix that we're in right here in this lower left is defined by, the horizontal axis, which is, changes that are relatively kind of gradual, but then the vertical axis being that we are seeing less species abundance or less stock availability. So I think the points are all very valid and accurate in that we're really talking here about range compression that probably also coincides with a lower number or a smaller number of available stocks.
And then that could also tie into the need for additional marine protected areas or other sorts of management or restriction to handle that spatial compression of a stock.
Yeah, and I suppose there's also the question of how range compression might affect the fisheries that target the stocks.
Yeah. So what does it mean for science? Travis, you kind of kicked this off and thought that there's going to be probably more need for studies on which species are indeed affected by this. Is there anything else that kind of springs to mind? You think, the work that we need to do, the research that we need to do is going to be different because of the following, or what makes us think that are we looking at different species? Are we addressing things in a different way? How does science change because of range compression?
From a management perspective, due to the fact that fishing grounds would shrink, you might have higher incidences of user conflict on the water.
Yeah.
When you consider marine protected areas and then offshore wind energy installations and then aquaculture operations, fishing grounds are really shrinking, and there's not only the potential for species range compression, but also the compression of fishing grounds. So I think that's something that would also need to be considered and planned for. I'm not sure what actions you would take in advance. I'd have to think about that.
So for science, that's sort of, sorry, go ahead. So I was just going to say that for science, that means that you'd be less able to observe kind of the full range of the species. So if fishermen are fishing in a smaller area, then your kind of fishery dependent data collection is going to be different. And then kind of, you might have cases where your fishery independent surveys might be different if you're not able to observe inside some of these alternative ocean uses. So maybe one thing would be some way to kind of extrapolate into areas where we can't survey in the future.
Right. Which, Cameron, and that links to the point that was made yesterday in terms of data collection being tougher. Like NOAA research vessels unable to go into places with new kind of dedicated uses. So somehow trying to figure out how to get over that particular really challenging situation.
Yeah, that's correct. And I mean, that is kind of something that would be good to think about, now, because a lot of the sort of stock assessment science depends on having a fairly long time series of observations. And so if you can figure out how you're going to do that modeling in the future, limited data collection, the sooner you do that, the sooner you can get your data streams where they need to be.
Yeah, and just to build on what Cameron was just saying, it also raises the question of whether new technologies might need to be developed or implemented in areas where traditional surveys no longer work. So, like, for example, if a NOAA ship can no longer go into an area, maybe there's some other way to collect data for that area that doesn't involve a scientific data collection vessel to go in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Connected to that, maybe there's a role for more collaborative research, maybe not just with the fishing industry, but also an aquaculture industry or a wave energy industry.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's exactly right. Almost thinking of science from a range of interest groups and collaborative perspectives is probably a really interesting or a kind of productive way of going about this. In that it's in a world of kind of competing ocean uses, you've got to think about, okay, well, what have we got in common to find out about here? I guess is one way to think about it. Anything on, let's think less about, or let's move on from talking about science and maybe just talking about fisheries management in a world like Blue Revolution. So what, we know this is a world of competing ocean uses, range compression. What are the actions you would imagine that fisheries management would need to be considering or thinking about here that's different from today? What should they have on their agenda?
This is Amber. I've been thinking a little bit about the international relations role. So one challenge that we discuss a lot currently is this need to level the playing field between domestic production and imports. And, there's two sides to that coin. So perhaps for domestic production, more flexibility or fishing opportunity. And then with respect to imports, perhaps more restrictions commensurate to the type of fishing or precautionary approach we would implement in the U.S. But in a scenario where, there may be less space for fishing, wild harvest, and as aquaculture comes online, how do we level the playing field across all of these things and internationally? It seems like if we knew this scenario was going to come to be, it would make a lot of sense to leverage those restrictions on imports now and then figure out later how we might relax them to meet food security needs. Whereas like in Fortune and Favor, it seems like we're in maybe a comfortable place to bring on more import restrictions, as time progresses.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you.
That's really insightful comment, Amber. I was wondering, Barb Mueling had commented on the Fortune and Favor that we need to collaborate more with Mexico. I just think, more working across with Mexico under all of these scenarios is probably useful. And, we're going to need to lean into some of our international collaborations even more if there's going to be major range shifts, because I'm thinking about range shifts of highly migratory species. What does that mean when it's the whole basin?
And I'm trying to think about, along those same lines, what needs to happen in those international arenas. What can we as the U.S. do now if we knew this was coming, to prepare in those international arenas.
I mean, sometimes just starting with informal collaborations can be good. I'm thinking of, I know Andrew Thompson at the Southwest Center has been pursuing some collaborations with some of the folks in Mexico who do the IMECOCAL surveys, I think. So sort of similar to Cal Coffee, but off Baja California. And that's, you know, turning up some really interesting things. So, you know, even just starting informal collaborations or talking to scientists south of the border could be a good start.
And I guess likewise, those informal collaborations could expand across, could apply across the Pacific as well with our highly migratory species collaborators.
Jonathan, I'm not sure if you had a blip, but should we maybe switch to hollowed out now?
Yeah, I think your intuition is probably correct, Yvonne. Maybe we should kick off hollowed out and let Jonathan join when he's able.
Okay, let's remind ourselves of the questions, though. Okay, what should scientists do now under hollowed out, other than just cry?
Sorry, hey, Yvonne, I'm sorry. I had an audio blip on this. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks. We're switching to hollowed out.
Okay.
That's what you wanted us to do.
Okay, why don't we do that? Let's go to hollowed out. Thanks. Yeah, my audio dropped and then I rejoined and I thought I was giving instructions and I was on mute the whole time, so I apologize for that. But yeah, let's go to hollowed out. All right. So this, so remember we talked here about how there might be the need to provide greater resolution in terms of ocean conditions. There might be kind of less work and less support for science in this kind of world. Different ideas about we really have to focus on some particular stocks and so on. So obviously this isn't a scenario that we want to see happen, but if again the kind of the predictive modeling told us that no, this is the one that looks as if it's playing out, what's the role of science? What do scientists do? What do we do to almost like mitigate the worst effects of this and be as productive as possible? What strikes you on hollowed out?
So this kind of makes me think of a project that's ongoing now that I think Sarah's a part of. I know Heidi Dew is a part of, where they're working with local restaurants to get them to use sort of undervalued or species or undervalued cuts of fish. And as this scenario mentions that sort of local boutique markets are just about all that's left for seafood, I'm thinking maybe projects like that to help fishers make the most of what there is, I suppose.
Yeah, so almost like in some way, Bob, rethinking the kind of the the whole situation as to the way in which we kind of conceive of like regular demand at the moment and regular ways in which we see the industry working. This needs almost like a new view about how to at least make parts of this industry and parts of this ecosystem kind of continue to work. That there's something about, it might not be a kind of whole huge radical change, but it's something about kind of small experiments to look at those underutilized parts of the system.
Yeah, and I suppose a place like Southern California would be a good place to, pursue such a thing, given the demographics of San Diego, for example.
Yeah, I'm not involved in that one. I'm definitely interested in that type of work. But Dale Squires always says that for fishermen to make more money, they either need to reduce costs, which can't really happen, or increase value of the product. So, different tools, analyses, studies on feasible ways to increase value of their catch overall. That's a really good way to look at it, Barb.
Sorry, you're right. It's Sarah Mesnick. I don't know why I thought that.
Well, we work on some similar things. It happens.
How do you make the case for science in a world, if we're expecting a world like hollowed out, if we're expecting there to be real kind of changes in environmental conditions, a really tough environment for fish and fishing. How do you make the case for science?
Well, Jonathan, this is Steve, and there are scientists on the call who may be able to better weigh in on this from the biology standpoint, but it seems like the need for good science to sort of define the extent to which species can be exploited given an unfavorable change in environmental conditions becomes more critical than ever, because we basically have a situation where perhaps the populations of fish are going down due to environmental factors, not to fishing. So it's important to kind of get that right, and also to figure out what are the limits, what are the perhaps reduced limits on fishing opportunity, how can those be quantified given that conditions are getting worse?
Yeah, so science trying to bring very kind of practical information in terms of this is clearly a deteriorating situation. What can we salvage from this? So there's a kind of precision of information that certainly would be demanded here.
Yeah, I think the precision component's important. The smaller your numbers, the more it is important that you get it right.
I'm looking at a few of the things we said yesterday. So scientists asked to provide greater resolution in terms of ocean condition, less money for science, more work for others who study the ocean besides fishery scientists. And then that brings me back to Yvonne's call to what did the Cow Coffee Group say, and the move towards uncrewed systems, more towards uncrewed monitoring seems relevant here. Like that would be useful to respond to those situations.
For clarification, how does this scenario tie into the move towards uncrewed monitoring?
I'm saying because I'm seeing that where scientists are going to be at from yesterday. We said scientists will be asked to provide for greater resolution in terms of ocean conditions, and there'll be less money for science. And the way we can do more resolution in ocean conditions with less money, or even some resolution, is uncrewed systems. I mean, that's what we're talking about moving towards now. And there's more importance for others who study the ocean besides fisheries scientists. So responding to all those things, I think uncrewed systems could help. I don't know.
All right, thank you.
is there also I can imagine how uncrewed systems clearly would have, there'd be safety considerations, because in a world of extreme storms and kind of crazy turbulent weather and so on, then again, there may well be safety considerations with, regular crewed boats going out or research vessels going out. So that might be another reason why uncrewed is something that is more attractive or valuable in the hollowed out and the box of chocolate scenario.
Good point.
We also talked yesterday about the fact that this scenario might encourage us to ask more fundamental questions. We talked a little bit about the precision, but also these more fundamental questions about, are we on the verge of ecosystem collapse? Given so much variability, so much kind of turbulence and noise in the system, where are we currently? How does that shift? What does that mean for the kinds of actions that scientists could and should take here? If we're thinking more about those fundamental ecosystem questions, and maybe it comes back to what we talked about a little earlier in some of the other scenarios. What does the kind of hollowed out, more fundamental approach mean for the types of science questions we're asking?
This is Amber. I was thinking about the management implications of fully utilizing available catch, that first bullet point. It seems like from a management perspective, maybe we need to be thinking about wild harvest as a user group, as opposed to swordfish fishermen and groundfish fishermen and sardine fishermen. But think about fishermen needing to widen their portfolio to be more stable in this type of an environment. So that has challenges for.
Yeah. Anyone else want to come in on that, or other points from a management perspective? So obviously there's the way in which we think about management at the moment in terms of the different fishery management plans. Amber, to your point, is that we need to think about those in a kind of broader term, or label or manage in ways that are different from what we're doing at the moment. Love to get other people's views on that for this scenario.
Yeah, I think I guess we kind of lost Amber at the end there, or at least the note taker did. But I thought where she was going was that less certainty about sort of which species are going to be available. Means fishermen are going to have to adapt to more of a portfolio approach, and then that in turn suggests that we think of wild harvest fishermen as a user group rather than the traditional approach of thinking of individual fisheries where people spend all their time prosecuting one species or a narrow group of species.
Yeah.
This is Amber. I'm back. I am so glad I decided to mute myself halfway through, because that was a very good characterization, Steve. I think where I was going with the challenge for science, I think this brings us back to that need for food web ecosystem-based approaches if we're, going to be thinking about fishermen moving in and out of these different types of fisheries. that on the one hand, understanding, how that plays into the stability of the food web, but also maybe dealing with greater fishing effort fluctuations than before, where you just have, swordfish fishermen, and there's not a lot of exchange among the different fisheries by species or gears.
Yeah, this is Steve. I really like that thinking, Amber, and I guess I'm just going to add that it seems like this is a big challenge in the management arena because it really involves a paradigm shift from the way that management is pretty much structured. Like we have a ground fish plan, we have a highly migratory species management plan. We have all these different plans which kind of silo management of different species groups by individual fishery. And this trend that you're identifying suggests there may be more of a need to broaden the thinking to how we can kind of have all these fisheries operate more as a collective portfolio rather than individual dedicated user groups, which maybe was the relevant model 30 or 40 years ago.
So this is Yvonne. I had two separate thoughts. One to follow up on that thought, which was, the flexibility between fisheries is making me wonder about some kind of pan fishery permit. So by that, I mean, like, if you have a permit in one of our federal fisheries, then can you participate in another federal fishery in years when your species are in decline and the other species are on the rise? That's a very specific thought. And the other sort of question is, if as a manager, we're asking ourselves, what do we do now in case hollowed out is our future? And, I often think about, so Congress has discussed off and on for years, a federal infrastructure bill. And it feels like our current West Coast distribution of communities, there's, these large urban areas and then a bunch of really small ports with horrible roads getting in and out, or with, low access to digital resources. And it just, I wonder, what do we need to do with our physical and digital infrastructure to, make sure that fishermen can actually get to markets?
Yeah, thanks, Yvonne. Great points, and particularly, as you say, very, very relevant given the the possibilities of what might need to be spent on infrastructure in the years to come at a federal level. But yeah, it's a way of even though the environmental conditions might move in a particular direction, if we don't sort out the social and the economic facilities and assets, then there's even less chance of communities surviving tougher environmental times. And so giving the best chance probably means upgrades to infrastructure. Any final thoughts on hollowed out for now regarding either science needs, science actions, management actions that might need to be rethought or reconceived in this situation. Lots of good ideas here around the kind of and the ecosystem approach. Anything else coming up for people on Hollowed Out before we move on?
I'm not sure if it's really an issue in California, but I know that, say, up in the Gulf of Alaska, some of the management policies seem to indirectly encourage fishermen to take out very large loans to get gear and vessels to fish a particular species, on the understanding that it's such a high value species that eventually that will be worthwhile. So perhaps, I don't know what I'm talking about, but perhaps just something like considering the effect that management regulations have on incentivizing fishers to, get into debt, knowing that perhaps the availability of stocks in the future could be less than they are today.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great economic insight, Barb. And I've actually thought about that in the context of, I don't know about Alaska fisheries, but in general, what does it do if you encourage fishermen to take on a large loan? You're basically also creating an obligation for them to catch enough fish in the future in order to be able to repay the loan. And then if you've got a world of rapid change, the opportunity that they anticipated may not materialize. And then you've basically created two problems. One is, or maybe three problems. One is potential overcapacity targeted at a specific species or narrow species group that's not going to be available. And then secondly, obviously, you've created a situation where fishermen have an incentive to try to catch enough fish in order to pay off their loan. And so you've got this sort of conundrum or dilemma between allowing fishermen to fish enough to pay off their loan, which may in turn may decimate the stock that they're targeting, or managing them to not be able to harm the stock so much, which basically creates a financial hardship for the fishermen. So you're basically setting the stage for a future Hobson's choice between either making the fishermen go broke or creating an intractable conservation problem.
Yeah, great points, Bob. Thanks for bringing that one up. And you can obviously this is a kind of very industry specific thing, but you can see many of the parallels kind of more generally with things like student loans and so on as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens in that area if we see kind of movement away from the taking on of large amounts of debt for kind of investment, whether it be in student loans or other things. So there may well be opportunity to rethink things there.
Hey, Jonathan.
Okay. Yeah.
One more for Hollowed Out. While we're on the topic of investment, perhaps an action could be encouraging investment in aquaculture of the hardest hit species in the Hollowed Out scenario.
Yeah.
Encouraging investment in aquaculture research for those species that are their wild stocks are dwindling in the Hollowed Out scenario.
Yeah, we know that in that kind of world, then the wild harvest stocks are unlikely to survive. Here's one way of making sure that fish is available. Great, thanks for that, Steve. Did you get that one? It might well not have updated on that.
Can you just capture the main point of that comment?
It's about investment in aquaculture of some of the hardest hit species.
Thanks. Yvonne is pinch hitting for me, so we're good.
All right, let's wrap up with Box of Chocolates. So remember, this is our scenario where we still have a lot of surprises, a lot of variability, but now in this world, it's certainly a less dire outlook than hollowed out. There's still a lot of availability. Some of the things that we talked about here with the challenge of kind of the very nature of the unpredictability makes science reactive to almost like the kind of the next development or the new developments. This idea that being able to kind of quantify uncertainty is extremely tricky. The kind of point estimate idea seemed to go away in hollowed out. So how do we think about risk communication in a different way? The idea here also that we talked about regarding this is a world where technology almost comes to the rescue, in that we're thinking much more about how you use technology for sensing and monitoring of conditions and so on. So in a world, if we have the predictive modeling to suggest that we're in a highly variable environmental world, and also that the stock availability is maintained, even though it might be kind of boom and bust or in different places, what's the world of science going to do, or how is it going to prepare for a world like this? What does it need to do differently from what it's doing today to prepare for something like Box of Chocolates?
I think, again, maybe we need to be like really loud about the need for more funding for ecosystem-based management and ecosystem-based fisheries management, and try to, if not move away from, at least complement the current approach of single species, environmentally invariant stock assessments. Because it seems like this is a scenario where the traditional stock assessments may be the most vulnerable.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob. I don't know if it's taken a while to update. Steve, are you on the notes for that one?
Hey, Barb, this is Yvonne. Would you mind re-saying what you just said? I'll pop it in there.
Okay, thanks, Yvonne.
All right, I'll have a go. I think I was saying we need to be louder about the need to fund research on ecosystem-based management and ecosystem-based fisheries management, because the traditional single species, environmentally invariant stock assessment frameworks may be the most vulnerable under this particular scenario. I guess I mean like vulnerable to not being able to give good management advice.
I know we're talking about science, not management, but I think in line with that, we'd also need to evolve how we're using information, in which case, because right now our system is set up to manage based on single stock assessments.
Yeah, so to connect Sarah and Bob, your points here, it's both on the demand and the supply side of information that we're needing to see this, whether it be from the kind of provision from the scientists or the demand from managers has to kind of go in this direction away from the single species stock assessment. Steve, good to see you back. Okay. Anything else strike you about this one? So if this is a world of let's say much more technology availability. So this seems to be a world where sensors are used more often. There just seems a kind of greater availability or a greater ability to monitor ocean conditions. That's undoubtedly a good thing, I guess, for scientists. What do we need to do, or what do scientists need to do to prepare for a world where we are seeing a greater availability of technologies that are able to monitor? Does it just mean, hey, we don't need to do anything different, we'll just get that information and we'll assess it and analyze it and it'll be fine? But is that the case, or is there a way in which what you need to do as scientists, you need to somehow develop new capabilities or do things to make sure that happens? What about a world that is very rich in information? Is that something we need to do something differently around?
This is Amber. It strikes me that maybe there would be a need for scientists to be able to communicate what these new capabilities can tell us managers. I think yesterday we talked a little bit about the potential for them to deliver more real-time information, but then how that real-time information can be useful for maybe a faster management cycle. To take advantage of what we're seeing now and also hedge against significant change potentially right around the corner.
Yeah.
So maybe getting at that real-time information, but also risk assessment and doing that in a short time horizon.
Yeah. So it sounds, Amber, in many ways that whichever scenario we're talking about here, the part of the role of scientists is not only, it needs to move away from just saying, oh yeah, we're providing the information that is requested from us, and there's much more of an education role to try and explain why new forms of information and new ways of kind of thinking about the provision of information is going to be needed here. So it seems as if there's more of it's not just a provision of information, but it's an education role about the type of information that's needed seems to be an important part of this. Is that fair?
Yeah, this is what we think we can do for you and why we think you'll need it.
Yeah.
So if a significant part of this scenario is the new technology to better monitor the environment and predict environmental conditions, maybe one way science can help is by putting more thought and resources into what I think I heard someone call it once, like R2 something, research to operations, R2O, because there's a lot of scientists who can do predictions and make models, but there aren't very many people who know how to translate that into a product that people can actually use. And the people who know how to do that are usually highly in demand. So maybe that would be something.
Yeah. Or but are they still, so the people who you're sort of talking about there, what is that discipline? Are they still kind of seen as scientists, or do they come from kind of almost different backgrounds? Typically, you may say that, you know, people are very much in demand. Is it that almost like the recruitment of people kind of conducting those roles has to come from something different from a kind of conventional science background, or is there a you know, maybe there's no kind of specific or kind of way to generalize this, but I'm just wondering if, you know, where would scientists kind of go to recruit these kinds of skills?
The handful of people I know who are really useful at that are scientists with unusually strong coding skills in building graphical user interfaces and analyzing large amounts of data.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So in many ways, sort of moving from this kind of combination of like fishery science and data science plus graphics capabilities.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So just as we have them for the others, just in the 5 minutes we've got left here, anything strike you when we've kind of generalized this conversation a little bit already? What are the actions or the kind of imperatives from a management perspective in a world like Box of Chocolates? So what needs to be different about the way in which we approach fisheries management? We've already talked about I guess the natural consequence of this being a really challenging environment for single stock assessments means that we've got to think about things in different ways. Is there anything else kind of coming up around hollowed out that you'd say this is something that's going to be really important for management to deal with and to have to operate differently? Is there anything about, so you know, with such, we talked I think a bit yesterday around how in this scenario there's clearly a lot of variability. The rapidity of decision making, is that something that would cause us to think about what management needs to do differently in a world like this? There seems to be very much a kind of, you know, sense and respond, unpredictability, science, you know, we have to react quickly. Is that something that means that, you know, can we say anything about what management needs to do in a world like that?
Jonathan, since nobody's jumped in yet, I guess my concern in this world, since we're predicting favorable stock conditions in general, but more volatility, how do you maintain opportunity in the face of the uncertainty created by unpredictability, unpredictable stock conditions, or conditions that are changing up and down over time? There's a risk that you make management overly precautious because you're misinterpreting, say, the bad years as a sign that things are on a downhill slide when things aren't as bad as they appear. So,
yeah.
So,
yeah.
Something that comes to mind on the management side is, you know, we've got this somewhat clunky management process with 5 council meetings a year, and decisions can only be made at certain times. And if we're going to have, you know, faster and better monitoring, then we're also going to need, and I think somebody else said this earlier on, maybe it was Amber, but we're going to need to be able to think more about what we're doing in between council meetings to adjust in-season management and just generally really create more flexibility.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Yvonne. And any other reactions to this question of how to build in? You know, it's kind of some really interesting dilemmas here. Clearly, there's a agility in decision making, and we talked a lot about flexibility yesterday. But then there's also, Steve, to your point, it's such an interesting question as to whether how does management react to new information kind of coming on board here? Do they become more, what's the advantage of being more reactive, or what's the advantage of being kind of more hands-off, given that there is such a volatility? It's a really, it's a real kind of conundrum, I think.
So one thought that's admittedly not very fleshed out is this notion of adaptive management. We often talk about the council process as an adaptive management process because it's ongoing, and we're in an ongoing fashion taking into account the status of stocks and then what to do about them. But I think that academic term of adaptive management really is more targeted to having a system of learning, not just because we keep meeting, right? But if you were to have a system like Yvonne was saying with where maybe there's more guidance on how to take in-season actions prior to when we get back in front of the decision makers and then have to furnish all this information and alternatives and this lengthy process to actually get a decision. If we have, more of these if-then type management structures where actions can become somewhat more automated, but also for that system to be truly adaptive in that there's sort of test case built in where we're learning from some of these actions. We're taking on some additional risk in the interest of learning whether what we think is happening or these changes are what we think or something different. Some feedback there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a great point, Amber, in that it's not just about the timescales or the rapidity of the decision making. It's what's happening and what's informing that. Yeah, and the way in which the kind of the learning takes place, and adaptive management very much is this cycle of learning. Okay. Okay. Any final thoughts? One thing just to get us thinking about, and I think we're probably, it looks as if we're joined back by at least one of the other groups right now. So thanks, Science Group, for all the work that you've done there this morning. What we're going to be doing just for an hour this afternoon, we're going to do some report outs in a moment or two. The thing that we'll do this afternoon is just look for the connections and spend a bit of time thinking about not kind of specifically now in terms of each of the scenarios, but more around the overall messages that we're getting from thinking about all four scenarios together. Steve, yes, okay to stop sharing screen. We're good on that. Okay, so I'm checking. I can see, John, you're back on. So we have the Harvesters group back. Is that correct?
Some of us are back.
Yeah, hi, this is Kit. Yeah, we finished up and people have rejoined the main session.
Okay. It looks as if we may be waiting for the communities group just to catch up here.
I just closed their room, so it should auto push everybody back.
Okay. Great. So with that, I think just in terms of making this as straightforward as possible, it'd be good to just get a quick readout, not in any kind of detail, just a quick readout from each of the groups as to what were some of the key actions that were starting to be identified. We don't have to go through each of the bullet points, and maybe we'll do this time rather than going through scenario by scenario. We'll just go through kind of group by group. As I mentioned yesterday and again this morning, the plan is now, once we've got these kind of sets of ideas and actions in our minds, then we'll be looking this afternoon to think about, well, which of these really feel as if they're priorities for our groups to start delving into, and because they're common across different scenarios. So with that, Kit, I wonder whether I could ask you again to share your screen, and then we'll flip between the three worksheets that have just been created by the different breakout groups, and we'll kind of run through them fairly quickly in terms of what's there. I'll kick off first with the science group.
Okay, sorry, I thought you wanted me to. So
that's okay.
Back to you.
Oh no, can you share the science worksheet, Kit?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you wanted. Yeah, hold on a sec.
That's okay.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Unless they filled out a different sheet, because the one I'm seeing is blank. So obviously,
hey, Steve, you must have a sheet somewhere.
Yeah, I was filling out the one that Yvonne was displaying on the screen. So
okay,
maybe Yvonne is the person to ask.
All right. Yvonne, can you share our screen for the science worksheet?
Yes. Let's see. All right. Share screen. Application window. There we go. All right. Can you see there we go. How's that?
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Let me just kind of run through fairly quickly on some of these things. So for fortune and favor, and some of these we'll decide upon this afternoon, but I think clearly for Southern California, for scientists, collaboration with Mexican colleagues being a very important part as rain shifts happen in all of these scenarios. That's an important part of where we think kind of science goes. There's also one thing that we identified as scientists clearly with these scenarios, in order to be more confident as to which of these futures is likely to play out. We probably want to do some assessment and predictive modeling to kind of determine if we're in indeed this fortune and favor scenario. So we kind of went into an interesting conversation around what's needed to almost take these scenarios in general forward and to think about, okay, where would we be confident if we knew we were in fortune and favor compared to any of the others? And that might mean some more modeling, more specifically of some of these scenarios. Yvonne, if you could scroll down on your screen at the moment. I think the other things that, just a couple of other things to mention on fortune and favor there, the economic and social science considerations. We know that fortune and favor is a world, as we described it, of there being a lot more kind of domestic demand, so understanding the value and impact of kind of how we shift from international demand to domestic demand, and what that means for communities will be important. So that means a lot of economic research as well as science research. And then more generally, I think just in terms of management, this is a world where, even though it's probably the most benign scenario, there is still the need for kind of flexibility and efficiency in management. Yvonne, if you could flip down to Blue Revolution. This one, yesterday we talked about how this is really a kind of a very interesting scenario for science because there's a lot of new demands. This might be a world where we need to kind of train or hire new expertise needed in aquaculture and so on. There may well be information kind of needed here about looking more specifically at kind of range compression and what that means. And then also we talked about this being a world where the traditional ways of us kind of conducting a lot of science, whether it be through kind of research ships and so on, that might come into question if oceans are getting used, our ocean space is getting used for other things. So we might need to think about what are the new approaches or technologies needed to survey areas where some of those traditional methods don't work. I think this is also a world, because of competing ocean uses, where we really, really do need to think about collaboration between different groups of scientists, whether that be fisheries, energy scientists, aquaculture scientists, really thinking about science and why kind of research around the ocean is going to be so important across a range of different dimensions. So that collaboration being kind of pretty key there. In terms of, let's just go to Hollowed Out. Thanks, Yvonne, as we go through there. I think this one is really around, so in one way, the first kind of 3 bullet points there are talking about what are the kind of the silver linings and how do we try and ensure that this is going to need a lot of experiments to try and help parts of the industry survive. And so it wasn't necessarily a kind of scientific thing, but just a lot of experimentation is needed for how we continue to support the different parts of the industry. As well on this one, I think we found that because there'd be less money for science, less funding, we might also need to think about, again, the way in which we capture information, uncrewed monitoring, because of economic constraints, but also because of safety concerns as well. In a world where there's a lot more extreme weather, then uncrewed monitoring might be something that we need to invest a lot more in. And then I think from a management perspective, we talked about, given in a world where there are so many challenges for individual kind of stocks, then thinking about labeling and approaching work from thinking as rather than a swordfish fisherman, something that's more general as a kind of wild harvest as a collective user group being an important part of this. So we kind of definitely in the 2 right-hand scenarios, flexibility being a kind of a really kind of key consideration. And then one final thing on Hollowed Out, if this is a world where coastal communities are really struggling, then is there anything in infrastructure, in terms of physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure, that can help some of these communities? This might have been something coming up in one of the other stakeholder groups as well. All right, Yvonne, thanks for rolling through this. Let's just go to the box of chocolates. This one, I think the most important point here being that in box of chocolates, this might be the way in which this might be the scenario where we're most vulnerable to not being able to kind of give good management advice about kind of traditional stock assessment frameworks, because everything is changing so much. And therefore, what are the ways in which we can kind of really push the ecosystem-based management a lot more? It's going to be more important in this one, even if it isn't, well, it's going to be important in all of them, but particularly in this one. And then also we talked in Box of Chocolates about the way in which we need to invest in new technology for better monitoring. What that means is we need to try and, as scientists, figure out how to better translate some of these predictions into usable products for management. So there's a lot to cover there, but in general, I think there was a really interesting set of conversations around the role of science in the next 20 years being not just about the provision of information, but actually part of an education system thinking about how we need to think about information and convey information in very, very different ways. Yvonne, Steve, Amber, anyone else want to add anything to the science story there?
I think that was a great overview, Jonathan.
Okay, all right. Let's move. Yvonne, thanks for sharing the screen there. Kit, if I can hand over to you maybe again, and if you want to pull up the harvester actions, again, maybe 5 minutes of review as to what you've got going on here, and then we'll turn over to Corey for communities. So, Kit, over to you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we actually started out with a pretty wide-ranging discussion of ideas, which I ended up sort of shoehorning into the fortune and favor. And there's kind of three main ideas there. One is more marketing fisheries to the public in terms of perception of fisheries, and related to that, finding common ground with environmentalists in terms of, perceptions, I guess you could say. And then another piece was a bunch of ideas around co-management, having collective approaches to, for example, permit ownership and quota and things like that. And then a third thing was kind of getting at the aging of the fleet and other barriers to entry, and ideas around how to recruit new fishery participants. Also, I guess sort of related to that, other barriers to entry and possible government role there. And then right at the end, we came up with a couple of ideas more related to HMS and international management, and sort of working to specifically related, for example, to allocating the Pacific bluefin yield to the U.S. and learning from Japan, and specifically in terms of how they manage across different fisheries and types of fishing activity or marine uses. Blue Revolution, mainly we're talking about sort of the resistance, I guess you could say, of fishermen or about aquaculture and the possibility of fishermen actually getting involved in aquaculture. It's so that would be partly changing fishermen's perceptions about aquaculture, and also maybe working on differentiating wild caught and aquaculture produced products to support ongoing fisheries. Looking at sort of idea of harvesting shellfish that naturally might grow on offshore installations, just generally having industry involvement in the siting of facilities, and also here too, looking at getting a better understanding by looking elsewhere at how to manage multiple ocean uses. So the example of Ensenada, where you do have net pens coexisting with other fishery sectors. And yeah, that's probably the bulk of it there. So hollowed out, getting fishermen involved in habitat restoration and dealing with or extirpating invasive species, looking at ways fishermen sort of innovating and finding for what is available, what it might be available, capitalizing on that in terms of developing markets and fisheries, and also cost reduction. And so maybe a tangent on that is, the idea of innovating in fish processing and preparation of underused or new species, and looking to new markets in terms of underserved communities that might have food preferences that, for unused or new species, and other possible markets like food banks and so on, other institutional markets, and there might be a policy dimension there. And then sort of the question of, well, what if there's no fish to catch? What do fishermen do, and other kinds of marine-related jobs that they could find in other sectors, recognizing that fishermen generally are very skilled mariners. That overlaps a bit with Blue Revolution as well. Fishermen transitioning into other marine sectors. And then finally, box of chocolates, just generally looking to how to have more rapid, better access to data. And a big component of that was getting fishermen involved in data collection to support that. Bunch of ideas came out there, including involvement in survey design, installation of sensors on vessels, maybe subsidizing that, recognizing that there are data confidentiality issues that need to be worked through, but both the legal aspect of that and also equally important fishermen's concerns about their knowledge being given away. And then looking at repositioning fishery observers, the human observers, if electronic monitoring comes on stream in a sophisticated way, and using EM more for kind of the compliance type stuff and location and other data, and then human observers could focus more on biological sampling, and then that triggered a discussion of possible technological innovation to automate the interpretation of biological samples. And we didn't, the question was thrown out there, but we didn't really get to talk about that in terms of when new species appear, how should we respond in terms of managing that and so on. So anyways, that's what we had.
Great, thank you. And then the point at the bottom there, we'll come to this afternoon in the groups, just in terms of what you're seeing kind of across all scenarios. So that's something that we'll address a little bit later on. this afternoon. Okay, do you have in your system there, are you able to access the community's worksheet?
Yeah, I should do. Just give me a second here and make sure that I get the right one here. Let's see here. Okay. Okay.
Great, thank you. Corey or someone else from the communities group, do you just want to give us a quick highlight of some of the main things coming up for you across each in each of the scenarios in turn here?
Yeah, Jonathan, it's Corey. Happy to. Before I jump in and go scenario, I think it's worth noting that we had several sort of solutions that seem to cross all of the scenarios, or at least 2 or 3 of each of them, which is not totally surprising, but it was sort of interesting to see that come out of our conversation, or even an idea that felt like a solution that was just slightly different for each one. So, for example, we talked a little bit about the need for marketing, but noted that sort of under each scenario it was a little bit different. So just putting that out there as some themes that we discussed. So starting with fortune and favor, making sure the science is there so that we can support and track our stocks into the future. Understanding that there is already this tension in fisheries management between conservation and extraction. And as we go to a future that's similar today, just, we see more impacts of climate change, how we manage that and approach that to make sure that we have approaches that will allow fishermen and industries and communities to continue to thrive and be successful, while also understanding that we need the necessary science to be able to correctly weigh the trade-offs and make sure that our natural environment is protected into the future. Thinking about how we manage with new species. That's going to be something that's going to be happening. How do we do that and maintain conservative approaches to make sure that we don't start overfishing and that we manage the stocks successfully and continue to do that. Need to have better data collection. There are gaps out there. How can this be done collaboratively so that industry members and other stakeholders can work with the government to make sure that there is better and good data collection? Continuing to think about developing thresholds, limits, and other variables that we're currently doing that can either be oceanographic or biological that can help any stakeholder, particularly fishermen, better understand, and we didn't quite use the word predict, but have a better sense of what's happening in the ecosystem and can therefore be better prepared for what's coming. So, like the warm blob was given an example of, do we have the scientific capacity to know when that's coming and thus be able to prepare for that? Thinking about offshore development planning. How do we do that in a way that's beneficial? Thinking about our relationship with Mexico. How do we make sure that we are maintaining that relationship and building upon successes already in that space to make sure that we're able to manage successfully? Thinking about marketing. What does that look like? We need to improve our marketing of local, familiar seafoods that we know. And try to think about ways to maintain institutional knowledge of participants in all sectors. And this gets back to another sort of theme of shifting baselines. How do we capture the institutional knowledge that exists today in our industry and in our stakeholders for the future. And one element of that is thinking about coastal infrastructure. So can we do like a mapping exercise to better understand what our infrastructure looks like today? So as that changes, we're not losing things without knowing about it. And also we're able to better understand and track those impacts on our communities. Moving to Blue Revolution. Again, thinking about institutional knowledge of participants in all sectors. So Blue Revolution, particularly, this is going to be important if we're losing big parts of our industry and our culture and our constituents. We'll have to think about forage fish roles and determine sort of what is the best use for these sort of critical ecosystem species. Are they going to end up as aquaculture feed? Is it important for them to move direct consumption? Sort of what is their best usage within this new future? Again, very important to think about baseline data for ocean zone planning. If we're thinking about a lot of development happening, what does this look like, and how do we make sure that all of our fisheries are represented at those tables and accounted for? So as that development occurs, it's done in a way that is as best as possible for all of our fishing subgroups. Again, fostering and improving relationships with Mexico, also important. In this case, increasing efforts to market new species. So what species are available for consumption in this new future, and market those species. And be sure to think about wildlife management is effectively protecting species that are dependent on fish species. So thinking about whales and birds. Moving to hollowed out, maintain that institutional knowledge. Think about the baseline data inventory for coastal port infrastructure. So we know what we have left, and we know we can thoughtfully preserve the most important places for communities. Thinking about permit banking system for trading to really help maintain industry in an era where there's going to be a lower harvest limits or really different species portfolios, and providing more real-time accessibility with stocks that are moving in and out. Increasing our ecological knowledge of the nearshore and offshore ecosystems to better understand the trophic flows, and in this kind of horrible new world, what is the best place for consumption? You know, is it in the middle of the food web? Is it higher? Like, how does that fit into that system? Can we do some modeling to understand, and can we be more prepared to understand which species we should be thinking about in this world? And again, thinking about that our wildlife management is effectively protecting predator species. And then finally, box of chocolates. Again, thinking about marketing. There's going to be a lot of change in box of chocolates. So how do we market differently in this scenario if we have species that are changing frequently? We had a discussion, again, this includes a lot of what was in Fortune and Favor. Thinking about management structure that understands and acknowledges the movement of stocks along the coast geographically. Again, develop the permit banking system. Think about more flexibility for fisheries that can operate in this sort of boom or bust. Is it sort of the crop insurance model? How does that all fit together? And then building more bridges between industry, fisheries and management, and understanding what is happening in this future where we have this increased climate change. As we all work together, reframing the concept of climate change, which is still somewhat of a loaded word for many people in industry. And consider individual incentives for anglers to consider their participation, who gets to participate. And then finally, more on, again, maintaining institutional knowledge and baseline data so we understand how our coast is changing. And that's it. Does anyone from the group want to pipe in?
All right. Corey, thanks so much for that, and thanks to all groups for the work on that. And hopefully we can see, you know, what's so interesting about this when you break up into different groups and different stakeholder groups, you can then start to see, okay, well, how are different lenses and perspectives thinking about the same scenario, and now we have a lot of really, I think, great material both from the challenges and opportunities from yesterday, and then the suggestions for action today that we can start to put into a really interesting set of kind of guides as to, okay, if we think that we're on the road to fortune and favor, then these are all the different possible ways in which we could prepare for that, and they can do the same for Blue Revolution and so on. So that's great material, and I appreciate all your ideas in putting that together. Where we'll go, we're going to now take a long lunch break to get us away from our screens. If we can do that, when we come back at 2, for an hour this afternoon, we're going to go back into breakouts, and now you're going to be looking across the scenarios. You're not going to be thinking about each scenario in turn. We're going to be now looking at what are some of the kind of big common factors? Now, some of you have already had this conversation or started this conversation. It's just a chance to say, okay, no matter what, the science in general, whichever scenario plays out, here's what we're hearing time and time again that we need to be dealing with. For harvesters, you know, here's what we're hearing we need to be dealing with no matter which scenario plays out. The same for communities. And then we're also going to have a fishery management group looking at that as well, looking across all the different factors. So what we will do over the next couple of hours, and Kit, I'm looking at you. One of the things that I think we should do is share these worksheets with participants again in the next couple of hours, so people can kind of reference the actions as they then go forward and think about the combinations and the way in which we're seeing things across scenarios. So with that, we'll wrap up until 2 p.m. and people want to return at 2. We'll have about an hour in our breakouts, and then we'll have the rest of the afternoon in plenary conversation, hearing about what's been going on in each of these different stakeholder groups and thinking about the agenda for action on that. Chris, Kit, any logistics points to raise at this stage?
No, I don't think so. Just to be clear, so I'll do the same thing. I'll download the sheets and email them as Word docs to everybody. So that's what you're aiming for?
Okay. Thanks, Kit. And I just got a note. I apologize if my audio was getting a little kind of garbled or fuzzy there. I'll try and figure that out over the break. But enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. when we'll then go into groups, really just starting to think about, okay, let's put the scenario to the side. Now let's think about what some of those priorities are as we see them across scenarios. So we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thanks very much.
Hi guys, can you hear me? I don't know if anyone else is in.
Yeah, I got you, Yvonne. It's
All
Chris.
right. This is my my personal computer.
Perfect. I now see you on a list for me to be able to assign you to a breakout.
Okay. Jeez Louise. All right. I'll see you guys in an hour.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 2 o'clock. We're just about to start the fourth and final session of our workshop, so we'll give it a minute or two just to allow a couple of extras to gather, and then we'll get going in 1 or 2 minutes. Thanks. Okay, let's get started. Kit, if I can ask you to, if I can share the screen, if you can.
Yep.
Take your screen share off, thanks.
It's all yours.
Perfect, thank you. All right. Okay, welcome back to our day 2 afternoon session. So as everyone knows now, we've spent 3 sessions. Our first one yesterday really just reintroduced the scenarios. We were thinking about what this might mean for Southern California. We then broke into stakeholder groups, and we looked yesterday afternoon at the challenges and opportunities that might be facing scientists, might be facing harvesters, maybe processors as well, and then also more generally the kind of coastal communities. And then this morning, we've spent our time thinking about, under each of these scenarios, what would be smart actions for us to take, or at least consider taking, if we found ourselves in each of these scenarios. Now, we don't know at this stage, is the whole point about the next 20, is the whole point about any futures. We don't know which of these scenarios is likely to play out. And we had an interesting discussion at in the science group, the scientist group there, as to how, because we don't know which of these is likely to play out, then it's going to be important for us to keep track, clearly, of conditions and keep track of what's happening to stocks. And it'll give us an indication, are we moving, upper left? Are we moving upper right? Are we moving lower right? And so on. So that's something that certainly can be done using a framework like scenarios to think about, okay, well, how do we model and how do we track what's likely to go on? That's work that we can really kind of continue to think about if this scenario matrix holds up and is helpful. But even though we don't know which of these scenarios is likely to play out, or how the kind of combinations play, because it's not likely to be one and not any others, it's going to be important for us even now to think about, well, what is it smart for us to do even when we don't know which scenario is going to play out? And so this is where, and this afternoon, what we're going to be doing is almost thinking about the scenarios as a whole, looking across our actions and saying, what seems to make sense for us to do no matter which scenario plays out? So as you look at your actions this afternoon, I want you to be thinking about maybe something that kind of came up in Fortune and Favor that also seems to make sense in Box of Chocolates and Hollowed Out and even Blue Revolution as well. So we're looking for the commonalities in the issues that we've raised here. And the way in which we're going to do this, think about this next, and we're going to break up into our groups for 1 hour.
and I'm going to call this session Priority Action. So I want you to review your suggested actions across all 4 of the scenarios. And then the focus of that conversation really should be on which of those suggested actions might be key in all or most of the scenarios. So what's emerging as a kind of as a common feature in terms of an action that you think, we really should be, as scientists, we really should be pushing on this, because not only does it make sense in Fortune and Favor, it makes sense in Box of Chocolates and so on. Or as harvesters, we heard time and time again in each of our scenarios that this issue seems to be looming large. We need to really focus that. So I would say most of our conversation as we go into this idea of, priority actions really should be focused on what's going to be key in all or most scenarios. In scenario language, a lot of the time we're talking here about what's robust or maybe what are no regret actions because they help in each of the scenarios. There are other ways to think about priorities as well. And some of the other prompt questions that are down there, you may want to think about if you've moved on from the kind of commonality. So maybe there are some actions that are so important because they really do kind of help prevent a worst case situation, or they're so important because they really do kind of push us towards a better future. Maybe there are some actions that will help build flexibility to cope with kind of any or all of these futures. And also sometimes it's important or interesting at this stage of the conversation to think about, well, given all of this that we're expecting to happen, is there anything that we as scientists or as harvesters or as communities or as managers are doing at the moment that we think we should stop doing? Because under no scenario is this likely to be a smart move in the future. One of the ways in which kind of to think about this, if the first question is about what are the no-brainers, then what should you stop doing is almost like the no-gainers. So what can we stop doing because it just doesn't seem to make sense anymore given any of the scenarios? And so you'll have these prompt questions on your sheets. Same deal with the worksheets that we've had up until now, and we're going to do a 1-hour conversation. As I mentioned earlier, so this one's a slightly different one in that we still have the 3 stakeholder groups of scientists, harvesters, and communities, but we're going to take a couple of people from each of those groups and move them into a 4th group, and that 4th group is going to look a little more generally at fishery management. You might well have found in your conversations of earlier, or more generally, many of the kind of actions or recommendations or suggestions seem to have implications for fishery management. And so we've carved out a separate group just to look across all of these scenarios and say, let's ask the same questions here. For fishery management, what might be some of the actions that could be key in all or most of the scenarios for fishery management to make changes around? So that's the idea now we've got for 1 hour this afternoon. We're going to break up into 4 groups, and Kit, Chris, let me see whether you have either questions or also suggestions for next steps. And I know, Kit, earlier on you projected the breakout groups, and there may be some updates to that. But maybe what I will do now is stop sharing and allow you to project the breakout groups so people know where they're going to be going for those sessions. So I'll stop, and Chris, Kit, hand over to you maybe to project the groups there.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, so it's by and large the same composition. I moved a couple people around again, and obviously, as Jonathan mentioned, we have this new breakout for managers, and so there was some reallocation there. So here they are. So you can see where you are, and always there may be some folks who are in a group that they might not immediately think is what they're affiliated with, but there's a little bit of just balancing out the composition and the numbers. So hopefully you can live with that. So yeah, that's all I've got.
Great.
This is Chris.
Thanks, Kit, for that.
Question.
Yeah.
So we've got a user called in with the phone number ending in 052. If I could have that person identify themselves so I could rename the number. And I just unmuted them, ending in 052.
Hi, I think that might be my number. This is Taylor. This is my work phone, so I still am not used to it.
Oh, no worries. I'll get you renamed. Thanks, Taylor.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Okay, so before we go into our groups, let me just check if anyone has questions about the plan for the next hour of the conversation. Any questions about the process that we're about to go through now? So what we want you to do is to review your actions of this morning. Kit sent out an email with those worksheets on them, and then we'll see what's common around those and really kind of go into detail around what might be some of those priority actions. Any questions about what we're planning to do there? Okay, well, I'll make one final point, and that's when we talk about a prioritization exercise, the essence of that in many ways is let's try and limit the number of things that we really feel are priorities. So I would encourage you over the course of the next hour is maybe try and end up or try and emerge with no more than 5, actions or categories of actions that you'll then want to report out on. It's great to get a list, but if we're coming up with 15 priorities or 20 priorities per group, then obviously we'd have to go through another kind of phase of, okay, well, which ones of these really seem to loom largest? So I would encourage you in the hour and encourage everyone as part of the conversations to really think here about what really rises to the top as being some of those kind of key priority areas that work across here. All good? All right. So Chris, we can get going. And what are we? We're at 13 after. So let's plan for an hour from now. All right. Okay, welcome science group. We have some accompaniment. Anyone hear the accompaniment here?
Yeah, that's me.
Go to mute. Who's that, Steve?
Sorry, I just wanted to. My wife is teaching a piano lesson downstairs. I just wanted to make sure that I got the right version of the worksheet up on the screen. Okay, and then I'll mute. So. All right. Yeah, I can't see anything sharing at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on it. Sorry. Okay, you got it. All right. Now I just have to find a worksheet, and we're good. Good. All right. Yeah, perfect. So I think as I just suggested, probably most of our conversation is going to be in response to that first question here, and then the others are sort of supplementary if we want to get to some of these. So let's have a look. So Steve, we've got Barb, Jody, Taylor in here. So we've got a much smaller group now, which is good for kind of conversation wise. So maybe let's take just a couple of minutes if everyone has to hand the email that Kit sent out over our lunchtime break. That was the worksheet for us that had potential actions for
fishery scientist, researcher in Southern California. It might be just let's take a couple of minutes just to each of us look through what's on those, maybe just with a view to thinking, okay, well, what seems to be occurring in more than one scenario here, or what's a common feature of actions around science that we think seems to loom large in at least 2 or 3 of these scenarios. So I'll give you maybe just a couple of minutes, as I will do as well, just looking through this and looking for what those commonalities might be, because they might give us a pretty good indication of what some of these kind of priority focus or change areas might be for science. Remember, we're looking here saying we don't know what the future is going to hold. We know it's a future of climate change. We know it's a future of uncertainty. What needs to change in the realm of science over the course of right now to the next 10 years in order for us to prepare for any of these futures? So that's really the theme and the idea that we've got in front of us. So let's just give ourselves maybe a couple of minutes of time just to kind of look through what's coming up in these actions, and then we'll get going on a conversation around what can be the connection points. Okay, let's get going here. Anyone want to offer an initial thought on what suggested action or category of action here seems to work across all or most of our scenarios? You know, we really wouldn't. We think, you know, if we push on this particular action, it seems as if it's going to make sense, even if we're in Blue Revolution or Hollowed Out or Fortune and Favor and so on. So what's a common action here?
Jonathan, Jody here. One of the things that stands out, you know, most of all is communication and collaboration between scientists, managers, and the general public.
Yeah.
You know, changing the general public's idea about fishermen, showing them that fishermen are also concerned about the same stocks that they depend their livelihood on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thanks, Jody. Yeah, let's talk about that in kind of more detail. I know in the earlier conversation around this, there was a lot that was coming up, as you say, kind of communication, collaboration, and almost part of it as well around education. So scientists offering education not just to the general public, but to others, to managers, thinking about how do we deal with uncertainty. So there's a very practical way of kind of connecting to the public, but there's also a way of almost saying, what can scientists do to try and somehow communicate more effectively in a world of uncertainty? Anyone else want to comment on this issue of, you know, kind of communication, education, whether it be with management or with the general public? Anyone else see that or want to add another dimension to it?
something that came up a few times in our discussion this morning was, I guess, working with industry to help develop local markets. Because some of the scenarios talk about, I guess, reduced international trade or really fluctuating abundance of key species. And so people identifying local markets and trying to build those up as something that could help.
Yeah. Is there a particular role for science in there, Barb?
I think there can be. And I guess, like I mentioned this morning, there are NOAA-funded projects at the moment that are working on this. And so maybe that comes back to what Jody was saying about communication, is perhaps we need to stop thinking about, the scientist does something in the lab that they then give to the manager and the manager then gives something to industry. Perhaps we need to break that down a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jody, do you want to come in on that? Barb's outlined there. Okay, maybe there's a way in which we've thought about this up until now is kind of quite linear, in the kind of scientists almost provide the raw material of the research, managers decide to do something with it, and then that has a kind of impact on the general public. Does that kind of almost breakdown of the linear thing make sense to you? You introduced this kind of this concept of the coordination and collaboration here.
Yeah, for sure. I've got a few things to talk about. The first thing, we had a creative writing for science workshop last week. And the big takeaway from that is, when scientists publish papers, those papers are probably only understandable by 3 or 4 or 5 other scientists, because every scientist that publishes a paper really directs it towards a people that's also a professional in that field. And many of us, even though we're scientists, we might not understand a physician's paper because we don't have a physician background. So even less so the general public, and the big takeaway was to write papers and to publish papers in such a way that we can get to the general public too, because conservation doesn't just fall on the shoulders of scientists, but it falls on the shoulders of everyone. So scientists should be more approachable by the general public. And then we also said we can use fishermen in a lot of our science data collections, because fishermen in general, they spend 250, sometimes 280 days out at sea a year, and most scientists maybe get funded for 10, 15, maximum 20 days of for research out, a year. Some of the luckier ones, maybe 2 months, but you can use fishermen to get simple biological data if you want to start there. And we have some of the fishermen in our fleet that have a biological background and some of a marine biological background. So we can use fishermen to assist in data collections. And then also citizen science has been taking off in a lot of sectors, and citizens can work with fishermen in collecting, valuable data. As simple as it might seem, it could be used for more important management decisions.
Yeah. No, that's great. Thanks. And I was noticing, and I think, Jody, is it true? Were you in the harvesters group earlier? Because I was noticing that particularly for Box of Chocolates, there was a lot coming up there around just the way in which, in a world where we needed more information, then using fishermen as the kind of source of research obviously seems to be pretty key.
Yeah. Yeah. And working, we've been part of the Observer program. We really, when I train observers, I tell them, you're working with fishermen. You're not a law enforcement officer. You're actually working with fishermen. You got to get into the groove of working on that vessel. And we can do the same with the general public. We can do that. Regardless, there's safety issues and there's all that kind of stuff that we'll have to walk around. But I'm getting the fishermen I want them to trust observers more as well. And a lot of it's based on that foundation.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. So, okay. So all of that, a large part of that around the way in which scientists kind of communicate, they engage with the industry, with general public, whether that be the kind of storytelling or the kind of connection regarding, working with fishermen in terms of collecting information. So there's definitely a kind of an overall theme there, I think, about the connectivity with other parts of the system that maybe up until now scientists have moved in kind of certain directions. So that's clearly one that I think would work under any sort of circumstances. Is there anything else? What else kind of comes up for you as being a theme in the actions of scientists that seems to be something that you heard 2 or 3 or 4 times as we went through the scenarios here?
Hey there, this is Taylor. I was thinking about this theme of kind of new survey and data collection needs. So just looking at like Blue Revolution, obviously with maybe new industries and new technologies, new ocean users or diverse ocean users, there might be some different data needs there. And Hollowed Out, I thought it was really interesting to talk about like the ocean not only being maybe inhospitable for wild capture fisheries, but also like all of our survey techniques that we use, like a crewed vessel. So looking at other ways we can collect the same information that we rely on. And I think there's also room in Fortune and Favor and Box of Chocolates there to, think about the different data we need for decisions in those scenarios and what are the ways that we can best collect that information.
Yeah. No, thanks, Taylor. No, I think it came up a number of times. You're right. The kind of concept of uncrewed either vessels or other ways to capture data. I think it's a really kind of important part of this. And in many ways, it speaks to the previous point as well, around Jody's point around, well, if we think about it, then if we're using fishermen or citizen scientists, then that's another kind of new way of kind of conceiving of data sources. So I really like the point, and I think it also kind of it can be kind of combined with what's come up earlier there as well. Anyone else want to come in on this point that Taylor's made around the kind of new survey and data collection? Is there anything that people want to add, or an example that you're already seeing and you think, that's a kind of good indicator that we're moving in this kind of direction anyway?
I think it was mentioned this morning that these new technologies, which are mentioned in a few of the scenarios, could potentially also make the assessment and management process a little bit more agile.
Right. Yep. So this is, as you say, when we connect everything together, Barb, there's a sense in which even if we think about this in terms of science, then thinking about what the knock-on effects are then on hey, this is a benefit if we provide this information in more complete forms or in real time, then it can have that kind of knock-on effect in terms of real-time decision making for management too. Okay. Anything? So we're picking up here. How is science going to change? How would we recommend that? What are the things that seem to make particular sense? Then certainly new forms of communication, new accessible forms of communication. Whether it be with the general public, whether it be with fishermen, and so on. New forms of data collection, using uncrewed vessels or other forms of monitoring, using citizen science, using fishermen, and so on. So a couple of definite ways in which we can imagine that science has to kind of develop to both get the data in the first place and then also kind of communicate findings. Anything else emerge as far as something that seems to come up in each of the scenarios, or you think, yeah, this is particularly relevant for science here? So we've got our kind of communication, education. We've got our new forms of data collection. We also talked about the kind of the translation into usable products for management. We've dealt with a little bit of that. What else is emerging? The kind of the type of science or anything else like that?
Sorry, me again. The other point I had written down was I think we need to plug ecosystem-based management more. That I'm looking at your screen and it's showing what actions help build flexibility to cope with the future. So maybe it would go under there.
Yeah.
Just because at the moment we talk a lot about ecosystem-based management, but we don't actually do it. I guess we sort of expect that current stock assessment scientists will magically find more time, or that we can just get it done through academic partnerships. And I think historically those haven't worked very well.
Yeah. Bob, what is it, there could be there's probably a very long involved answer to this, but what changes in science, or what changes in the approach to science and what scientists do in a world where ecosystem-based management is more prevalent? How do scientists, what do they do to either encourage that change, or if that change is happening, what's going on that's different with science?
Just in my own point of view, I think prioritizing hiring people with that expertise.
Jonathan, I think, again, a lot of the work falls on the shoulders of scientists, and I think they need to be able to share that, fishermen being the primary users of fish stocks, they need to carry a lot of the responsibility too. And everything from stopping pollution from vessels. I mean, you hear a lot about fishing gear washing up on the various beaches. A lot of pollutants pumped into the water changes water chemistry, and that has a huge effect on climate change as well. As we know, Dead Sea cannot absorb any of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, as well as, a sea full of plankton, zooplankton.
Yeah.
So we definitely have to get it out there that fishermen have to take responsibility, and a lot of the fleets, especially from other countries, still, treat the ocean like their personal garbage can. And those are things that need to change. And it's got to be international. We're doing so many things right in the US. We have all these, and Stephen Stowe knows this, he's brought this up many a times. We're putting all these rules and regulations on our fishermen, but none of it really applies to fishermen from other countries. So it's got to be an international effort as well. We've got to get it out there. And the only way you can do that is try and hold those countries responsible for doing something, whether it's via fines or whatever, but it's hard to apply a kind of international law if other countries aren't, on board with that,
Yeah. So is it fair to say that the pursuit of kind of ecosystem-based approaches, it's something which we, Jody, is that one of the reasons why it's kind of being held back at the moment, in that there's a sense in which, okay, if one group, if the US kind of pursues this, then it can get taken advantage of because no one else is kind of collaborating around it? Is that a barrier to ecosystem-based approaches, or are you speaking here about a kind of more general issue?
I'm speaking general, but if you as far as the ecosystem-based approach, I mean, other countries can also add their knowledge, because a lot of the species that we're fishing for are highly migratory, and understanding the movements and where some of these animals fit into the trophic level, that has to be pursued by especially the countries that share in these stocks, like the ITTC countries. There's got to be more, and there's got to be more collaboration, and the ecosystem study method is definitely something that can be utilized by all these countries.
Yeah. The other thing that one of the points that you've raised there, Jody, and I think we can probably make this another point of kind of like common features. This question of collaboration, it kind of came up with, okay, with range shifts, we need to be collaborating more with Mexico. With highly migratory species, there's a kind of more general international collaboration that's needed there. in, was it Blue Revolution, there's the collaboration with other ocean users and so on. So there's it feels to me as if there's, the kind of the nature of the way in which scientists need to collaborate more extensively seems to come up in many of these scenarios. And I just wanted to check whether that is, that's accurate from all of your perspective, or whether I'm reading too much into that. What can we say about the kind of the nature of collaboration?
Jonathan, this is Steve. So one obvious fact is that international collaboration is already in effect for many of the international HMS stocks. So in that case, at least,
right,
I think we're talking more about tweaking the management that's already in place versus sort of doing it from scratch.
Yeah.
That said, with that, if there is rapid change of the type that is described under many of these scenarios, perhaps the tweaks involve a more tight process for anticipating and incorporating the effects of those rapid changes into the management. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a good point, Steve. In that collaboration is all very well. It can often lead to kind of situations where decision making almost becomes more unwieldy then, because you just can't move that quickly. So there's always a balance to strike there. I think I'm sure one of the things that will come up in the management group is, okay, how do we make decisions more quickly and react more adeptly? And sometimes the collaboration thing is a bit of a hurdle to get over there. Okay. Anything else come up for folks? And I think Bob had said this is not a big issue as you're taking notes. I appreciate it there. I think most of these bullet points that you've got there, these last 5 bullet points, we should probably put those under the what actions help build flexibility to cope with the future. So they might need to just kind of move one bullet point down. You got it. All right. We'll kind of circle around these and kind of come back. I'm always interested when we have these kinds of conversations where so the focus is on okay, what could change, what could we do more of. Let's talk a moment or two about what should we stop doing given these scenarios. Is there anything that are there any kind of practices or approaches or just specific initiatives that you think, right, okay, this is something that we do as scientists right now, and it's probably not going to be sensible to continue that under any of these circumstances that we've kind of played out here. So is there anything that you would identify as being it's tough to identify specific initiatives, but just practices or approaches or mindsets that you think will just have to be let go of to make sense in the future?
Perhaps we should try and move away from studying single species without considering them in the context of the ecosystem. And perhaps as well as that, we should move away from studying only the ecosystem without considering the people that use it and use it for their livelihoods.
No, that's great. And then Steve, the second point that Bob raised was almost taking that further, saying, move away from studying the ecosystem without understanding the kind of human context within it as well.
So one thing that I think was or has been touched on kind of repeatedly, which probably needs to be addressed, is that traditional fisheries management is based on a single stock paradigm where we assess the stock of each of the species, or sometimes a complex of species, I guess, separately. Anyway, this somehow the traditional approach needs to be reconciled with the emerging ecosystem approach. Are we going to scratch the traditional single species assessment approach, or are they going to be somehow integrated? I'm not sure what the answer is, but it seems like there's a looming issue in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah. Steve, why don't you, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Reconcile or replace. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Steve. Thanks for raising it. I don't know whether Jody, Cameron, you're on. Great. Barb, Taylor, any thoughts on this transition, or the kind of the proposed transition here from single stock, and how do we reconcile that into kind of a more of an ecosystem based approach? Is it a replacement? Is it a reconciliation?
Jonathan, I think some of the fishermen are definitely coming up and about in understanding the ecosystem approach, especially since some of them have, not only one fishing permit, but quite a few of them. So they know that there's a link between fishing stocks,
Yeah.
Something else, I don't know if you could put it under this. One of the fishermen brought up is the issue, the stigma that the commercial fishing has around it. It's hard work and it's dirty work, and they have an issue bringing in younger fishermen. And I think we got to end that stigma of commercial fishing is I could say, what's a better term, is a lower form of job, because it isn't. There was a time that commercial fishermen were very well respected in society, and that needs to be brought back.
Yeah.
Jody, do you think there's some specific, social science research or science that could help with that?
That's a good point. There could be, anything. The media has been doing a pretty good job with programs like Wicked Tuna and, the crab fishing and that kind of thing. But I think Wicked Tuna more because it shows the excitement and the exhilaration of catching a tuna, and then they will say this is all done in a well-managed way. With the crab fishing, it just basically scares people from going out to sea, But media can play a vital role in this as well, and they've always done, by either uplifting any industry or having it crash down. But it'd be a very interesting social science experiment. One of the things that came up too is the new generations don't like to work hard, and unfortunately, commercial fishing is hardworking. And if we got to find a way to make it seem like, you work hard, but what you put in, you will get out. And the guys are saying with all the rules and regulations, it's very hard to do that, and it's hard to get someone to invest a lot of money these days. Never mind your gear and the vessel, but people are paying so much now for these permits, especially limited entry permits. You kind of have to be a millionaire now to get into any fishing that will make money for you, So we need to change that in order to draw more people and get more people and new generations to fish.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the conversations we had this morning, Jody, in this group was in some ways related to that, or the kind of the opposite of it in terms of kind of fishing will be rewarded with the success and financial return. We talked a lot around just the way in which investment at the moment is almost necessitating the incurring of quite significant amounts of debt, and what can be done around that, because it's clearly a barrier to folks entering the industry, or developing further within the industry if they have to take on a significant amount of that debt. So it seems as if there was a connection there between the conversation this morning and this one.
Yeah, subsidies will play a huge role. I mean, they're doing a lot of subsidies for the farming communities in the Central Valley. And one of the fishermen brought up if they could start subsidizing the gear or permits, or, there's a lot of ways you can go. You can really go in depth with this conversation for sure.
Yeah. And we may well find that it's coming up in some of the others, whether it be in the harvester group or the management group and so on as well. Let's think back on the science piece here, and maybe with Cameron, with you joining, Steve, maybe it's worth us just kind of going down the list that we've got here. If we want to go from the top, let's just kind of summarize what we've sort of come up with right now and see whether anything else kind of gets sparked. So we started off with the question around, well, what when we look across all of these scenarios together, what sort of actions seem to work across all or most of them? So what was rising to the top as important kind of aspects of these? We started off with clearly communication and collaboration, getting messages out, ensuring that everyone involved, sees the kind of common interest in conservation and sustainable management. So there was a kind of communication piece, and also a communication piece about understanding and communicating risks in a world of significant uncertainty. And then we talked about things like storytelling to scientists, communicating findings in ways that kind of that reach the general public. So communication being a very important part of this. I think also new forms of data collection, and whether that be uncrewed vessels, or whether it be citizen science, or whether it be asking fishermen to become partners in the research, as they spend so much more time at sea than researchers do. So this kind of new survey and data collection needs seem to kind of emerge no matter which scenario it's going to be important. We talked then about the need for science to support ecosystem-based management, which would help kind of build flexibility, given the evolution from single species management towards ecosystem. So I think that was a kind of an important aspect of this. And then also maybe one other theme just emerging right now is this question there's this question of collaboration, whether it be internationally, whether it be with other ocean users and so on. So they were a few of the things that have emerged in the conversation up until now. And as we just kind of go through and think about what happened this morning and through the other scenarios, anything else sort of strike you, or anything you want to kind of drill into a little further here, either with each of the pieces that we've raised, or something new to put in? And Steve, I see your cursor on there about, what's the actions important because they prevent a worst case situation. If there's anything on that, that's fine. But, we probably have about 25 minutes left in this. And, more than happy to kind of take it into, more specific detail about any of these points or anything else that people want to add.
I took the note taker's liberty of adding a bullet under what actions are important because they prevent the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Great, Steve. Thank you for that.
This seemed like kind of an overarching theme in a lot of the discussion about how we both need to improve data collection and make management more flexible and quick to respond. And so I think in the worst case scenario, those changes are especially important.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I think sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think all of those need to happen faster as well. From data collection to management decisions, that all needs to happen faster. Someone mentioned, I think yesterday, that it can take the council up to 2 years to get to a decision, and that was very important to mention. all of this needs to happen faster. As fast as ocean conditions can change and things can happen, we need to be able to make sure our decisions keep up with that.
Yeah. So let me ask you, and please, anyone, just feel free to jump in and add to this list. What's one of the kind of natural next questions on a lot of this is good to raise these as possibilities. What do scientists or others need to do to, ensure or encourage some of these things? This is a classic kind of question about, well, what are the barriers that need to be overcome here? So in order to get to some of these actions, in order to implement some of them, is it a case of, hey, we've never thought about that before? Or is it more a case of, yeah, we know this is an issue, there's something holding us back from undertaking some or any of these? So as you look down this list or think about the actions that we've identified here, what are the things that are either kind of holding us back, or we feel as if this is the point of change that we need to make sure that this kind of goes on? So is there something in the way of implementing any of these things?
I mean, saying resources is boring, but also true.
Yeah. Barb, resources, is this mostly funding? Is it skills? Is it talent? Is it capabilities? It could be all of those things, but in terms of specifics, are we talking here, if funding went up by, let's just throw a number out, 25% or 50%, could a lot of this be solved? Or, is this a case of dollars, or is it something else in terms of what resources are we talking about?
Just in my opinion, I think it's all of those.
Yeah.
I think particularly EBFM is not funded well enough for it to really be implemented. And I think that people who have really good knowledge in everything from ecosystems up through stock assessment to management are basically unicorns.
They're basically what, Barb?
Yeah.
Unicorns.
Unicorns?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
All right. Any other thoughts on what's kind of either holding us back here, or other things that you think, if we're trying to put together an agenda for action for science under a future of climate change, under a future of uncertainty, this is something that's important to bear in mind. Does this kind of give us a good agenda to say this is what needs to change in science around climate change and fisheries?
Jonathan, I think working with countries that are getting it right, we were talking about aquaculture being one way to go, and there are a lot of countries, and I know Australia does pretty well with the southern bluefin tuna. I think up to 95% of their quota is from fish stocks, so getting involved with countries like Norway when it comes to salmon aquaculture, sharing ideas with them and getting ideas from them. They've made it work. They've made it work the last 20, 30 years now. So a lot more international collaboration and, swallowing your pride and saying, look, we need help on this kind of topic. So, how are you guys doing it? What are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Jody. Others in terms of have we got the right kind of agenda here for what needs to change in and around science?
Yeah, so this is maybe the flip side of Barb's point, but there's also, in order to move past sort of the existing approach, you need to kind of somehow overcome the inertia in the existing pool of scientists training and experience. So if everybody's been doing single species stock assessment forever and something new needs to be implemented, I don't know, have the answer, but I recognize the challenge of kind of getting people who are comfortable in their roles under the traditional system to move on to whatever is needed going forward.
Hey, this is Taylor. I'm a fishery manager, so I'm kind of looking at this from my biased lens, but at least in the work we do at the federal level, I sometimes think of it as like chicken and egg with science and management. You know, do the management needs influence the science, or the science that's being done and evolving influence the direction of management? And I think a barrier might be that management also needs to maybe change their approach for science to be able to also do that. I don't know if I'm articulating that well, but I think it could be a barrier if, like, the leadership at National Marine Fisheries, you know, isn't on board with making changes towards like ecosystem-based management, so that they can then support the science to do that kind of research.
Yeah. No, absolutely, Taylor. It's I think it's a great point, and I very much see as you say, they're kind of two sides of the same coin in some ways, and it makes it much easier for, let's say, science, if you've got a set of consumers, let's say, of their information that are on board with the direction we want to go in terms of ecosystem management. Yeah, no, that's all good, and hopefully we'll see from the management group that they may well emerge with some of these issues as changes that need to be made on that side as well. But it does, in a world where scientists see the value of ecosystem-based approaches and managers maybe are a little slower to see the approach, the value, then it does mean that there are bigger challenges on scientists, and it goes back to this communication point. I think that that Jody identified earlier, that we need to find new ways to kind of communicate and educate around it.
Yeah, I kind of want to agree with Taylor. I think, you know, in our region, perhaps in particular, there is a lot of ecosystem science going on, and that science is getting kind of fed, you know, in the federal context anyway, to the Fishery Management Council. And I think both the science and the managers are not sure what exactly to do with all that information. It's not always what decisions the council should make differently if they have that ecosystem science than if they don't. And so I guess maybe that's more of a management issue, but it's not always clear, even if the science is there, how that changes decision making.
Yeah. Is that just a kind of a question, because I just genuinely don't know the answer here, Cameron, Taylor. Is it because is that issue because management don't know what to do with the information because the way in which their decisions are made at the moment are based on, you know, the separate fishery management plans? Is it that somehow there's some kind of, I don't know, misconnection between the information that's getting provided to them through ecosystems and then literally the way in which, or the kind of the scope that they have to make decisions is not ecosystem based? Is that part of this, or is there something else going on?
I think, from my perspective, I think a lot of it is kind of the last thing that you said. The kinds of decisions that fisheries managers are being tasked with making don't change when you have ecosystem information. I think they're being asked to set harvest limits. There's a lot of other things happening, but their job is to regulate harvest. And so it's unclear what you do with ecosystem information in that context. It's when you kind of look at dynamics and things like that, it's not always clear how to bring that ecosystem science into that. I will say that there have been, I observed anyway, some cases where scientists have done interesting things like bringing environmental conditions into stock assessment models and things like that that are helpful at getting the kinds of information that managers need. But again, I think that as Taylor brought up, I think it's really there's a two-way problem going on in that even if scientists were able to do some of this work, it's not always clear to the managers or to the scientists what would happen with it in a management context.
Yeah,
and I would just agree with what Cameron said. The framework at the federal level just isn't set up that way, at least in, the regulations and the council process that I'm familiar with in the West Coast region. I haven't really looked at like the Magnuson-Stevens Act from that lens before, but it could be as foundational as that the act itself that gives us the authority to regulate these fisheries doesn't really incorporate ecosystem management considerations.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the foundation of it. Not that I know much about the policy, just because how it tends to shake out is that because of Magnuson-Stevens and because of the Protected Species Act, single species assessments and protected species work is mandated, and everything else can sort of be a much lower priority.
Yeah, helpful. Thanks for all that. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so I think the implication here is that you may need to change the law at the highest level in order to actually support a change in towards ecosystem-based approaches.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but it could also depend perhaps on how you interpret that, how you interpret MSA.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, more to talk about around that, and I'm sure when we get back to the management group, I see that Kit has noted that the Harvester group has finished up, and I think they've come back into the main room. It sounds as if what people are doing, which sounds like a good idea, is Kit Everyone now is on break, or the Harvester group is on break until 3:15. I think scientist group, I think it makes sense for us probably to do the same. We've got a lot of really good information here. Steve, thanks for taking.
Did the conversation just end?
Sounds like it.
All right. See you guys at 3:15. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, it looks like we're back up to 28 participants. So thanks very much for the groups, the community group and the management group for rejoining here. I think the scientists and the harvesters had about a 10-minute break there. I don't know whether the managers and the communities worked straight through. If you did, really appreciate that. Hopefully you've had a chance maybe to just take a moment or two. What I thought we would now do is obviously now we've had 4 further conversations, and we'll see now whether we're getting kind of convergence around some of those themes that really feel as if they're rising to the top in terms of priorities and concerns for each of our different stakeholder groups. So when you're listening out to what's happening in each of the groups here, listen out to thinking, okay, well, were we coming up with the same kinds of themes? If we are, then it's going to give us a kind of reasonably good indication as to when we get to think about what recommendations might be for what needs to change as a result of what we're needing to prepare for in the next 10, 20 years, then can we see some kind of common features even across different stakeholder groups? So listen out for things that you feel are common or things that you've heard before in your own group around this, and then we'll go through each of these and then have a more general conversation around what we feel is really kind of rising to the top around this. So maybe we'll just let's go through this in terms of. Let's start with harvesters, then we'll go to communities, then we'll talk scientists, and then we'll go to the managers group finally on this. And what I would encourage you to do, depending on the note takers, there may well be a lot of notes identified here. Maybe just emerge with 4 or 5 themes that took up maybe the bulk of the time in your conversations that you felt, okay, for our stakeholder group, these seem to be the most important action areas that seem to emerge. So, don't go through everything. Just pick up about 4 or 5 of the really key ones, and then from there we'll move on to the next group, and we'll see where we land off towards the end of this. So, with that, Kit, if you're there, can I ask maybe if you can help us out again by sharing the screen and going to the worksheet for the harvesters in the first instance?
Okay. Here it is. So I think, not surprisingly, flexibility was one of the major themes, and that was across a couple dimensions, both in terms of sort of regulation and kind of access to different species in different ways. Another one was probably, well, sort of maybe two related things. One is attracting ways to maintain and attract fishery participants, and at the same time to make improve the public perception of fishing and fisheries. So sort of that whole, people's viewpoints and interest in fisheries. And then I guess the final thing was an array of sort of government support, both directly and indirectly. So around things like innovating technology and leveraging fishermen and fishing vessels for data collection, and just generally infrastructure, and then generally sort of, marketing and stuff like that. So maybe those are the top tier 3 focus things.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that. So, so flexibility in a couple of different dimensions, like different ways to kind of encourage and maintain participation in fishing, and that includes kind of benefits of public perception, and then different aspects of kind of government support for innovation and technology. Great. Okay. That's a good list. That's a good kind of categorization of what's going on in there. Let's go to the communities group, and Corey or someone else, you may well have just kind of finished up a long conversation. Not sure if you were able to take a break, but let's go across the communities and see what emerged for you as you thought about the priority actions regarding the what's common around this.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Jonathan. And anyone else from the group, please feel free to chime in. Some of the things that raised to the top for us were thinking about maintaining institutional knowledge, the importance of science and data. So that's both understanding baselines to know what we have now, and so we can monitor change, as well as identify tipping points and be able to manage in real time as we face any of these futures. That also includes like non-standard data so things from industry partnerships, things that are traditional knowledge, and even citizen science knowledge. And we had something similar in strengthening international relationships with Mexico, the importance of marketing, thinking about a shifting stocks policy that helps allow access to stocks as they shift in quicker time. And given that there is going to be offshore and infrastructure development, making sure that stakeholders can participate in that decision making, so it's done in a way that can be as phishing friendly as possible. Also modernizing data sets and collection that can, again, support faster paced decision making. Skipping down a little bit, thinking about things like diversifying portfolios, that's really important, and flexible management that can sort of allow for this diversification. And yeah, just flipping through here. I think those were sort of some top lines for us. I think that's it for us, Jonathan, unless someone else wants to jump in.
Maybe we lost Jonathan.
Uh-oh. It looks like he dropped off. Well, shall we move on? I think the suggested order was to have the scientists report out next. And you're welcome, if you want to share your worksheet, you're welcome to do so. I suppose it's not essential, but.
I'll share it, Kit. In the interest of continuity, I suggest we give Jonathan a minute to get back on.
Okay. Okay, it looks like Jonathan's back. Or Jonathan, are you there? We're if you are here, we can't hear you. Okay, I'm not sure it's Jonathan is mic went on the fritz or what. He's unmuted or he had to go and do something in an emergency. Well, I guess we can stand by for a little bit.
Yeah, Kit, if you need me to, I can take a shot at it. But it's probably better if Jonathan does it, just because he was kind of leading the discussion. But
okay, let's people.
Okay, I think Hey,
Oh.
Steve, I'm back on here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know why the audio dropped off. I'm sorry, it dropped off in the middle of Corey's there. I apologize for that. I'll catch up in a moment or two. So yeah, Steve, maybe I'll just cover off a couple of things that we talked about in the science group there, and I apologize everyone for the last couple of minutes there. So I think I'm gonna raise 4 issues here. I think that seem to come up and loom large in the science conversation. The first one, you can see it in the first couple of sentences there. I think what loomed large, no matter which of the scenarios, was around just the nature of communication, how scientists communicate with managers, with the general public. Seemed to be something that no matter what scenario was playing out here, that's something that needs attention. That might mean more effective storytelling, and we were talking about just one way in which a recent workshop illustrated how scientists writing their papers really need to find ways of kind of communicating their findings, reaching the general public, or at the very least kind of managers, in a way that isn't just about 4 or 5 other colleagues. So there's a piece here around communication with scientists, managers, the general public, that I think was looming kind of very large. A second theme was around scientists are going to have to encourage and get used to new forms of data collection. Whether that's, and we heard this already from the Harvesters group, the way in which using fishermen to be part of the collection of information, the collection of data, as they spend so much time on the water compared to scientists. So fishermen accessing the data collection, citizen science. We also talked a lot in many of our scenarios around the possibility of uncrewed monitoring stations or vessels or sensors, and that kind of information and that kind of source of data collection is going to have to be, I think, a much bigger piece in the years to come. And so as scientists, we're going to have to both encourage that and think about how we best work with others to ensure that happens. So I think they were a couple of the initial themes. I think then we moved on and started talking about the science to support ecosystem-based management that loomed very large in many of our scenarios, and we got into a pretty interesting conversation there around we were feeling that in many ways good aspects of the science are kind of already getting done, and so we're thinking here about ecosystem-based management away from just the analysis of single species and so on. So the science is getting done, but the issue felt as if it was more around the barrier is that when that science is presented, it through no fault of managers, but it doesn't really make a difference to the decisions that managers at the moment are kind of being asked to make. So there's more of a kind of systemic issue in that we know the importance of ecosystem-based science, but when that information is then provided into management, then it becomes tricky because the information is well received, but it doesn't tend to kind of affect decisions. And I hope I've got that right, and I'll encourage others in the group to talk to that if I haven't. And then the fourth theme, so if one around communication, one around new forms of data collection, science to support ecosystem management, and then the fourth one, I think, and to echo Corey, what I heard from you as well around this, different kind of different relationships and forms of collaboration, whether that be sharing information and science with Mexico, other users, particularly in things like Blue Revolution, and then also the ability to learn from others. The point was raised that there are many pieces of research going on around the world that are probably more advanced in terms of what is happening with aquaculture and so on. So a really, an outreach there to other parts of the world will be, and to collaborate more broadly, will be an important part of the science agenda for the next 10 or 20 years. So I think they were the big ones that I kind of picked up as the overarching themes here. And Steve, anything else to add to that? Jody, Taylor, Travis, anything else? Barb, anything else coming up for you on that one?
Yeah, I'll add two other things that came up and seem to be a substantial part of our discussion, and they're kind of interrelated. So there was discussion of the need for support to hire new science expertise and funding for developing the new approaches that might be needed, and figuring out how to, say, implement ecosystem-based management into a management regime. We even got into the question of whether laws might need to be either reinterpreted or or revised in order to support a shift from single species to single species-based management to more of an ecosystem approach. And then the other topic that I thought was really worthwhile to mention is we need to figure out how to bring in new participants in fisheries, make a convincing case that a fishing career is something that makes the investment in skills and fishing capital worthwhile. Young people don't go into fishing because they're not convinced they're going to be able to make a living at it. So I don't have the answer to that, but it's clearly an issue.
Great. Thanks, Steve. And as you can see, we've got plenty of points and plenty of good notes there to bring back on to a report on this. Okay, let's turn to our fourth group, to the management group. Now, this was a group now that hadn't been formed in the past kind of day and a half or so. So we threw a number of people from the other groups together to have a conversation just around what might be maybe some priority or common actions that seem to emerge from the perspective of fishery management. So let's turn to that group. And Kit, I don't know whether you've got the ability to share the report out and the notes from that group.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I can do that. I just need to get to it. Give me one more second here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, how's that?
Okay, fantastic. I haven't got my notes with me as to who was who ended up being the facilitators and note takers. Thank you so much for whoever it was that was doing that, and maybe someone can kick us off with a summary overview of the things that kind of loomed large for the managers in this conversation.
This is Deb Wilson-Vandenberg. I was facilitating the group, so I'll go ahead and start off on that. And anybody else in the group, if I haven't captured or put out something that you'd like to add, please feel free to share it.
Great.
I thought it is so interesting, this process, to see where there's overlap among the different groups that we had. One of the main things that came up for this group that you've already heard was flexibility, and that could have been characterized as flexibility in participation in different fisheries or along different parts of the coast. But one of the other places that we talked about was in the in-season management process, and what opportunities there might be to revisit that process, and in perhaps particular fisheries find ways to make it less cumbersome other than doing an emergency action, or be able to lay out clearly in an FMP what the specific steps would be that would be needed for an emergency action. So that was fun, or one of the items. Another one had to do with improving access to fisheries, and I would characterize this in two ways, the way we discussed it. One was and this I think also came up in other groups, was in innovating technology and new data collection. And another piece of that from our perspective was the EFP process, that there haven't been or there hasn't been as much activity in terms of new gear development for different fisheries, which looking down the road, if we have opportunities for new and different species, then that may play a role. And given that the current process can be very cumbersome and take a long time to get through, revisiting that and finding ways to make it more streamlined would certainly be a benefit. You've heard talk about more science and data. We have that one on our list as well, and as well as strengthening international relations. Seeing that from a management perspective, as well as some of the other things. I think you just in the science group mentioned ecosystem-based fisheries management and how to fit that more into management with that, which I would see as another aspect of flexibility, and looking beyond the single species approaches that we take. Perhaps we can look to some of the other councils. I think there's more of that in some of those. And then one of the ideas that came up in our group management-wise was also this idea of either permit, looking at something that occurs now to some extent in the groundfish fishery, and looking at areas or FMPs that could incorporate that more broadly, was the idea of permit leasing and permit banking, to be able to provide another way to get more flexibility to individuals in the fisheries. And the last thing that I'm going to touch on was an idea. We're so ingrained in this council process that goes on from meeting to meeting, 5 meetings a year, and we go through our management cycles and we develop our documents for the next management cycle. One of the things that we felt might be very useful to help the council be on track and focused for where they're going through that management cycle that has usually not been done, is to put together, at the very beginning of the management cycle, put together a very brief goals for that management cycle, so that we're beyond looking down the road and just kind of driving along, going on the same route that we've always taken. We actually kind of see what we're aiming for at the end. Beyond that, there was one that came up, and I think this was expressed earlier as well, and that had to do with outreach to the broader community about fisheries, what's available, what's important. And specifically in our case, it was directed towards better outreach to underserved communities. And so that was another idea that came up related to our management process. So if anyone else in the group wants to contribute further, this is your opportunity. Go ahead.
Well, I like particularly this stop being reactive all the time and start looking ahead. And that dovetails really nicely with actually trying to state a goal for the specs process. That specs process is so Byzantine and so strange. When I first got into the GAP, I had no idea what it is. And I actually asked our facilitator, well, do we do this now in the in-season, or do we do this in specs? And they go, well, I don't really know. So if you have a goal stated, and that may also be a goal for in-season action as well.
Great. Thanks very much for that summary and the extra comment there. There's a lot of great material here, as there is on all the different kind of summary priority areas there. And just before we go into a conversation around, what are we getting out of this? What are our kind of overall reflections? I want to assure you that all the ideas that have been put on these worksheets, we'll make sure that we pull them together in a set of notes. And obviously, one of the challenges that we've got then is to think, okay, what's emerging as being things that clearly are rising to the top. We've asked you to do this, every time in the report out, but obviously there's a way now in which we can start to think about, well, what is the science agenda, or what is the Harvester agenda that we've heard from folks here. So rest assured, we'll make sure that we've got that captured, and we'll put it in a way that you'll be able to kind of see what's really emerging as priorities. Obviously, bear in mind that this is one of 4 workshops like this. This is the one that's focused on Southern California. We're doing 3 others as well of the same ilk, and so it'll be again fascinating to see whether the same sorts of themes emerge from those as they have done from this one. So just wanted to make sure that you knew that all of these ideas will be captured, and they'll be played then into the next kind of part of this process, where we're really thinking about what are the most important things to kind of take back and report back to council. But I really wanted to open it up more than anything else right now to anyone who wants to reflect on what they've heard over just the last 30 minutes as we're reporting out on this, or more generally the conversations that we've kind of got into here. I guess more than anything else, have we kind of created a valuable agenda for action for the stakeholder group that you've been working with, or more generally, are we raising the right kinds of issues to report back to council on? Are we hitting issues at the right level? Are we, should we be thinking about, a level more specifically than this? Would love to just get a sense from folks as to, are we, where have we got to with these kinds of findings at the moment? And what are you taking out of it? What would you like to maybe have more conversation about? Or where do you think we need to kind of cut in further? So, let's go, Scott, let's go to you first. Thanks for the hand up there.
Yeah, I think we're right on track here. It's been productive. I just think it needs a little more streamlining and like you said, the important stuff rising to the top. And there's a lot of parallel themes here. One that just came to mind that I've been thinking about is, there's been some talk about attracting new entrants to the fisheries, and there's been some opposition to that as well from the existing fishermen, in terms of competition and not wanting to get displaced themselves. I think I saw one of the groups had increased access to fishing and resources. I think that's a better way of putting it, increased opportunity, access, permitting, that type of things, kind of if you build it, they will come approach rather than trying to encourage new participation in a fishery that may already be at a level that can't handle much more participation or effort. Whereas if you term it more in terms of access and opportunity, I think that's a better way to approach that theme.
Okay, so just to be clear about that, Scott, in some ways you're seeing that, look, that's not a blanket thing. There might be some parts of the industry that really don't need more entrants, particularly maybe in a tough situation. But there might be ways in which we can kind of build up either infrastructural capabilities or other things that actually provide more opportunities, so people feel as if they're more confident going into the industry rather than I don't know, rather than kind of feeling as if they have to go into it without support.
Yeah, exactly. And as some people pointed out, not everyone's cut out to be a fisherman. But if they've got an opportunity or a fishery to jump into or to learn from, they're more likely to get involved than just being encouraged to become a fisherman.
Right. Got it. Okay, thank you. Amber, any thoughts or reflections from you on either what's rising to the top or reflections on where the conversation went here?
Yeah, one thing I've been thinking about, but really don't know the answer to or how to tie it to what we discussed, but in all this discussion about ecosystem-based information and enhancing flexibility for fishermen to maybe move in and out of fisheries or gain access to new fisheries. I question the role that the council's ecosystem plan could play in that, and I really have not been very engaged in those meetings or agenda items, but it's just a question that kind of looms in my head that I think would be particularly relevant to the council. If we had more specific ideas about that.
Okay. So your point being that you could imagine that the ecosystem plan could have more specificity around this question of enhancing flexibility than you've seen up until now. Is that a way of thinking about what you said?
Or just that it could be a vehicle for maybe doing some of the things that we've expressed interest in.
Got it.
Can I speak to that as a council member? We've had push and pull on this. I have pushed for more specific, being more specific on this and more inclusive of subjects and information, because I found that document to be very informative and to allow me to consider various parts of the information that I did not bring with me to the council. But then at the same time, I've had some people working the other way, saying that if we make it too broad, it becomes too cumbersome of a document. So then we kind of compromised and said, well, put the major things in, and then with hypertext links to more detail. So there has been a lot of discussion about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Okay, any other thoughts on this? Amber, the hand's still up. I don't know whether you want to come in on something else. More than happy for that, or if that's just from the last comment.
No, I just didn't lower my hand.
Okay.
I appreciate Louis' response. I make that comment, again, not being super familiar, but just wondering if that plan and those discussions might be able to provide some additional linkages across the FMPs.
Yeah. Okay. Other reflections from the group here. If you're thinking about the group that you were in, did you feel as if, yeah, that was a pretty kind of valuable agenda for action that at least we've begun to articulate? Clearly, we can streamline it, as Scott has said, and clarify what's coming up. If there's anything that people want to reflect on there, that would be great. And then also, let me add another question into it. Is there anything that you feel as we approach the end of this particular conversation? Remember, this has been about the prospects for the years ahead, for the next 20 years. Are there things that you feel that we're overlooking at the moment? Are we a group that is focused on certain areas and maybe are forgetting about some big stuff that could be around the corner? So, again, just thoughts as to, are we creating a kind of an agenda for action? Anything we're missing or we've overlooked? Scott, yes, over to you.
Yeah, one other thought had while listening to the other groups discuss what they talked about. From a harvester aspect, I think we touched on this as well, but there was talk about shifting baselines and ways of telling stories. I think from a fisherman action standpoint, there's great value in storytelling and listening to some of these older guys tell stories of how it was back in their day. I know I learn a lot from listening to guys like Gary and Mike McCorkle and a lot of these gill netters that fished in the heyday. Learn a lot about the potential of our ecosystems and resources, and I think that would go a long way as far as a valuable action from the harvester perspective.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Deb, over to you, and then we'll hear from Gary. Deb?
Yeah, I just real quick, this has more to do with, sorry about that, that's on T, process. And there were several things in the two different groups. I was in the manager group and I was in the communities group. And there have been several things that came out the last couple of days that to me are items that would warrant more involvement with the Sea Grant program. And so it's just a suggestion. I don't know if you in the steering committee have done this, but maybe reaching out to get more Sea Grant involvement in this process itself in the future. So that's my comment.
Okay. Great, thanks. Yeah, I noticed that, and I think the many of the notes on the community group there had references there. No, that's great. Thanks for the suggestion. Gary, over to you. Thoughts on the process. Thoughts on whether you're seeing a kind of an interesting agenda for action emerge here.
Overall, my thoughts would need to be done throughout all the scenarios is somehow we need to change the public's perception about fishing in the oceans and how well we actually are managed. I see, for some reason, people think the ocean is so pristine, you're not supposed to take anything from it. It's always bothered me that on land, you can run over a deer or a raccoon or a cat, and then you trap gophers and it's, clap your hands. In the ocean, if you kill something or if you catch accidentally a seal, which are rampant, or dolphins, which are maximum, they freak out. The ocean's really resilient and it recovers if we manage it well, which I think we have. I don't know how. I mean, I know NOAA and California Fish and Wildlife, they don't advertise that much. That's not their job, but I don't know how to get it out there. I've been victimized and I'm a ruthless killer and my wall of death doesn't leave anything left. And, the facts on the one side, Oceana and Pew, they always get the press. Well, we never get any press, and I don't see where NOAA once in a while get headlines, but, the people are misinformed. I call most of Jeff Schester's audience misinformed. And I don't know how to counteract that. And I don't think it's going to get any better. And until something like that happens, I don't know how we move forward. But that's been my thoughts for years.
Right. Yeah. So the sense here is that no matter which scenario we're playing out, you're operating under a kind of real sense of constraint regarding like public perception and public opinion here.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Other thoughts or reflections from folks who've been involved in these conversations? What are the connection points? Or again, are we overlooking, as Gary has said there, some things that really do hold us back, or are there other things that we're not paying attention to when we really should as we're planning for the next decade or two? Louis, yes.
Well, I would look forward to hearing from other folks. But one thing we've completely overlooked is and I'm not sure what they call it, but I think it's the use of big data in our assessments, in our attempts to get a view of what's going on in the ecosystem. I think that we're going to see this coming on, that putting together many computers and working this huge amount of information we have, but so far has not been able to really talk to us. I think we may see that coming down the line, and we'll be much better informed by this big data.
Yeah. No, thanks, Louis. I know it was, in many ways and kind of intended to be part. I think it's probably a no-brainer, or it's going to be it's something that is kind of effectively predetermined, I think. And it loomed large in the box of chocolate scenario, and possibly in some of the others. But yeah, I think there is more to really kind of understand and know there regarding, well, how exactly could this play, and the way in which just the vast majority of sensors might operate in the future, and what that might mean for our understanding of what at the moment is still a kind of a bit of a mystery in terms of what's going on in the ocean. So I do think that there could well be a scenario here where things are very turbulent and variable. Our understanding could be a lot better, as you say, thanks to big data, and that technology really is on the way if we use it correctly. All right. Well, Kit, maybe this might be a good time to check whether I know yesterday we put this out, and we're live streaming it to see whether there are any either comments or questions that folks have who've been listening into the live stream. And Kit, is there anything that's emerged from that we can that we want to respond to right now?
Thanks, Jonathan. We got one comment. It's just an observation from the YouTube public. Aaron Satterwhite said, in relation to the international collaborations, there's also the North Pacific Marine Sciences Organization, PICES, which is an intergovernmental science organization dedicated to international collaboration within the North Pacific. So, there you go.
All right. Good reminder. That's great. Okay. So I think we've probably exhausted most of the conversation that we need to have here. I really do appreciate all your ideas and contributions here over the last couple of days. As I say, really what we wanted to do was use those scenarios as a platform for a general conversation around what are we going to face in the future and what's going to be important to West Coast fishing, particularly in Southern California. And so we've used these scenarios here as a way of challenging ourselves as scientists, or challenging ourselves as harvesters, challenging ourselves as members of the community or as managers to say, what is it that we can do to help cope with the challenges ahead, or to try and make the best of situations. We know, just by dint of all the different issues that have come up, there are plenty of issues for us to have to deal with. And part of the task now, I think, in going through all of these ideas is seeing what does get streamlined and rise to the top, and seeing also what gets kind of connected in as we're talking then to other representatives or other constituents in Northern California, in Oregon and Washington. But I think this has been a great start. We've got a lot of great ideas here, and it'll be fascinating to see what does emerge in some of those other conversations. Just in terms of where we go next with all of this, then, as I say, we'll be putting together a report and a kind of a more streamlined kind of set of notes. And then when we've got all 4 of these workshops done, the plan is then to put a report and summarize a set of findings for council. But then also, I think, as well as it might go through those kind of formal channels. But I think also what we're hoping to have happen here is that these scenarios and the ideas that are kind of coming out of this, sure, there are formal channels, but there are also informal channels that we want these conversations to continue. And so, we'll encourage you, as if you found this valuable as a platform, to look for opportunities maybe to use these scenarios and to think about the issues that have emerged as priorities and say, there are ways in which we need to have more conversations around this and get towards actions. So even though there is a formal process that we can kind of identify regarding what happens and what goes to council, I think also it's worth us thinking about what are the different ways in which we can use these materials to help continue the conversations, because I think they're certainly valuable and they're most certainly needed as we go into the decades ahead. So with that, I'm gonna see whether either Kit or anyone from the council, Louis, we've heard from you, John, from you, if there's anything you want to mention in terms of just the plans for the next stages, or anything that you want to mention right now as far as how you want to see the next part of this progress.
This is Yvonne. I wanted to make a comment, if you don't mind. First, I wanted to thank everyone for joining, particularly everyone who is from Southern California, and really gave us a nice chance to think about issues specific to this area, and also to ask you to please prod your friends and colleagues who are farther north up the coast to consider joining one of our northern workshops. We've got Northern California and then Washington in January and Oregon in early February. And there were a lot of great ideas here. And I think that the more people we have joining in the various workshops, the more good ideas we're going to have coming out of this series. Thanks.
Thank you, Yvonne. Mike Conroy, you got a comment there.
Yeah, thanks. And I think I'm going to piggyback on what Yvonne just said. I've appreciated this and found this really helpful and important. If I could offer one criticism, going through the list of folks that are attending, they're all, we've all been involved in the council process. I was hoping that we would see some, new perspective, new ideas, new folks who aren't, who haven't been involved in the council process and maybe aren't as, bringing in, preconceived notions about how the council operates. I would hope that as you move forward and do the ones in Northern California, Oregon, and Washington, that you really think about the invitation list and include folks that or ask for some recommendations of folks that aren't intimately involved with the council process, just so that, number one, it's a great introduction to what the council does, but also, people won't bring their preconceived notions about what is and what isn't possible under the council process to the conversation. And that was it. But like I said, I've found this invaluable and greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, very much appreciate your comments there. John, you wanna comment? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a similar comment to both of the previous ones. And Mike, to your point, we actually did invite a bunch of non-council fishery participants from Southern California, and we've included people from Northern California in that list of invitees. I think it's hard to explain to people outside our process what this is, what this particular workshop is about, especially because we're doing it virtually. So anything any of you can do to reach out to people who you think might be good, who you know are active but not active in the council world, would be great for the next ones.
Yeah, Yeah, thanks everyone. All of those comments are and requests are really valuable. And John, I'd add or I'd echo what you're saying there. Clearly, in a COVID world where we're doing things virtually, then the ability to not just kind of hold a regular workshop, but I'm imagining that in future there are ways in which you can hold conversations like this in a much more sort of informal manner. You can still use these scenarios. It doesn't have to be 30 people in a room, and you could do it in much more kind of local settings. So I'm hopeful that this kind of approach and these scenarios will prove their value in the months and years ahead. But there's no doubt that I think if we could get people for some of those northern workshops, as Mike has suggested, and you've outlined, you and Yvonne have outlined, that would be great. Okay, let's go Diane and then Deb. So Diane, yeah, thoughts from you.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. And I agree with what Mike had said, and also with John Ugoretz had said about the value of brainstorming these issues and the challenges that we're facing. I would ask, well, first of all, I'll point out that a lot of the challenges, a lot of the solutions are going to be universal across ports and across regions. And I'm wondering if it would be possible to have a really brief summary of the key outcomes or the key issues and key outcomes from our discussion that we could then forward on to, for example, my members in Monterey, to encourage them to get involved in this discussion, because we are saying here might trigger some further thoughts or variations on a theme. And from my own perspective, I'm going to want to be interested in listening to the Northern California and participating in the Northern California, because half of my membership's up there. So if that's possible, it would really be helpful, I think, to me. And then I could forward that on to my e-list and encourage them to participate. And then please, Kit, if you could keep me on the list to participate when the Northern California comes up, I would appreciate that. But I just want to extend, thanks and appreciation to all of you, the core group and Jonathan and all the participants. I think it's been challenging, but I think there's been a lot of really good information and some potentially hopeful things that can be done. So with that, I'll just say thanks.
Great, thank you, Diane. And I think it's a great idea as a obviously we're not gonna provide them, let's say, a full report. No one wants to read that, and but let's say a kind of taster of the kinds of issues and the kinds of findings from this sort of from this meeting for the others. I can see how that can be really valuable. Deb, thoughts from you?
I just wanted to throw out there that I know back when the EAS was having discussions in September about this process, and I was certainly on the page of feeling very skeptical about how effective a virtual workshop like this could be. And I just want to say that I have crossed the line, and I was pleasantly surprised with how effective and how productive it seems like it's been. And I wanted to thank all the folks for being as engaged as they've been, because I think that really makes a difference in terms of trying to get to some sort of endpoint. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Deb. Yeah, and I'd echo it in terms of the contribution and the fact that folks have stayed on for the whole sessions here. So no, thank you for that comment. Louis, to you.
Well, thank you, John. One of the transformative things that happened to me in the GAP and led me on to being a council person is the MREP process that that Bob Dooley has been pushing or making happen on the West Coast. And that was amazingly powerful, and still is an amazingly powerful, innovative process where you get to go up for almost a couple days a week and learn about what the council does in the science. I'm going to say that this last 2 days is right up there with that MREP thing that I did, and ranks how much I learned from this, and then also how much I got to actually mind meld or to see into people's minds that I've always wondered, what did they think about this? And we found out. So if we can get people to MREP, we certainly should be able to get people to this. We might speak to Bob Dooley about this and talk to him about how the value is, and I'm going to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I see, Gary, I see a hand up there. You want to come in?
No, sorry. I just forgot to take it down.
That's all right. Okay. No problem. All right. Well, thanks everyone. Really appreciate those comments and those suggestions. And I think we have, I think, given ourselves, a good start with the other workshops to come, and there are ways in which we can certainly, I think, try and encourage a good turnout for those other workshops. And clearly, all of them are going to be really valuable in then generating ideas and then putting those to council. But then also, as I say more generally, I really do feel as if these scenarios, and Louis, to your point, these scenarios, more than anything else, they kind of provide a platform from which you can then say, well, where are people coming from? What are their assumptions? How are they feeling about the future? And that's one of the reasons why I feel that something like this can be both useful as a formal part of the process, but also as a way of engaging people in those important conversations about what's needed for the future. So with that, I'm gonna hand over, Kit, maybe just to you to thank everyone and sign off, and just, we can take it from there, and maybe you just want to kind of formally let people know what the next steps are. But I'll just sign off from here and just say thanks ever so much for everyone for all your contributions. It's never easy to do this virtually, and I know we were kind of pushing it to try and keep you for the best part of 2 days. But you've responded magnificently, and I really do appreciate all the ideas and contributions. And I think we've got some really good stuff coming out of this. So thank you for that. And Kit, maybe over to you to sign off.
Okay. Well, first off, thank you, Jonathan, for running this 2-day workshop and facilitating so ably. And all I can do is also just lend my thanks that have already been expressed by others of the sustained participation of all the folks over the past 2 days. And I'm happy to hear that people found this a valuable experience. So that's great to hear. And I think Jonathan already indicated kind of what's next. I don't know that I need to go into that much more. We do have these other workshops. Definitely, if you have people that would be assets for that, I think it would be great to reach out to them directly, and then just let me know, or some of the other folks on the Climate and Communities core team for the Northern California, John Uberitz, Corey Ridings, other members for the other workshops. I won't list all the names, but you can just route any names and contact info to us or through me, so we can, since we're inviting people to these workshops. And lastly, I think, as Jonathan indicated, and there was a request there, we'll work to get some short summary of what happened or what came out of this workshop back to all of you in the next week or so. So with that,
Hey, Kit, can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
What are the dates of the upcoming meetings so that I can start putting feelers out?
So the Northern California workshop will be January 13th and 14th. The Washington workshop will be January 20th and 21st. And the Oregon workshop will be the 2nd and 3rd. If you go to our website on the homepage, scroll down a little bit to news and events, and you'll find a notice for the meetings down there, and lists all the dates and description and so on. So you can point people to that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, with that, I think we're done. Everybody can go do whatever you want to do. And thanks again, and talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Kit. That's great. And thanks also to all facilitators and note takers. Appreciate it.